Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Satish sir, can you hear me, sir? Nitin here from Chairman's office.
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
Satish
you.
sir,
Yeah, we can hear you.
sir,
Your voice
what
is
is the
clear.
rate? Just enable our video quality. Video.
Your video, can you unmute?
We need to
Yeah,
check.
video also
Just
clear.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah, now we have video also clear.
Yeah. Is
Yeah, we can see, I can see you.
okay,
Yes,
sir.
yes.
They are sharing some presentation.
Mhm.
For you, it is smooth, sir, or something flickering? It is happening.
No, it is smooth only. It is smooth.
It is smooth only.
Uh.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Your our voice also clear, no? There.
Yes, sir. It is clear, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, please can you enable your video, sir? Silent we can. Oh.
Rachana, you are there, no line. Actually, I am hearing some feedback that YouTube that the streaming is not clear. Rachana?
Yes, sir. Tell me, sir. You are checking something?
Yes.
So I am calling CAA now. CAA, Rachana is there? Rachana?
Good afternoon, sir. This is Payal here from CII.
Yeah. Okay, fine. We are hearing a feedback that the CA that YouTube live, no, that is not clear. It's in some flickering is there. That streaming is not smooth. Can you check
Sure.
from your
So
side?
we'll check it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Radhakrishnan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm able to hear you, sir. Good
How are
morning.
you?
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you.
You are the first person from a space that I'm meeting.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Good afternoon, Dr. Goenka.
Hello.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
We'll be starting in another couple of minutes, please.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon, Dr. Goenka. This is Rakesh.
Good afternoon, Rakesh. How are you?
Fine.
So I've gone through the PwC report that I think you had co-authored.
Okay.
That's what, about a 2-year-old report?
Yeah, I think we released it last Jan. Last Jan we released it. Yeah.
Okay.
Public. Yeah. Okay. I'm also mailing some other reports to you. Some 2 reports we had done a couple of years back, probably, and some 2020 reports also we will mail.
Okay.
Arjun. Hi.
So both of you are based in Bangalore, I presume?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are in Bangalore. We are placed in Bangalore. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that we are live and we'll be starting any minute now.
Rachna's secretary has joined.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sivan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good
Good
afternoon, Dr.
afternoon, Dr.
Sivan.
Sivan. This is Pawan
Good afternoon,
Goenka.
sir. Good afternoon. So you are visiting here on 20th or 22nd. You are most welcome.
Okay, so I will talk to you and fix the schedule and agenda for the visit.
Okay,
Right.
sir.
So I'd given 2 options, Monday, Tuesday, or Tuesday, Wednesday. So which one suits you better, whichever?
No problem. I just mark our people that
No.
I don't know what is my program. Mostly that both the dates may be available. You can. You want to be for 1 day or 2 days here, sir?
2 days is what I was thinking should be sufficient for the first visit. If you think I should be there for 3 days, I can think about that. But let me talk to one of your persons to fix the agenda of the visit.
Okay.
Then we can decide whether it should be 2 days or 3 days.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You can start or waiting for somebody?
Hi, Rajan.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Rachna, you can start the proceedings, please.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries, guests, and delegates. I would like to welcome you all to the International Space Conference and Exhibition 2021. The conference is being hosted on the CII Hive digital platform, a dedicated multi-feature of virtual online exhibition and conferencing platform with a 24/7 help desk and a digital B2B lounge. I would request all the attendees present here today to virtually visit CII Hive anytime today or in the next 20 days to visit the virtual exhibition platform and the digital library. With this, I would now like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to today's inaugural session and request Mr. Ankur Singh Chauhan, Executive Director, CII, to set the brief context.
Thank you, Payal. A very good afternoon to everyone. It is a privilege to welcome everyone to the second edition of the International Space Conference and Exhibition being organized by CII in association with ISRO. The conference the partner country for us, and Netherlands is the guest country at this. Exhibitors are participating, and we will have. It will also be focus sessions by ISRO centers. The conference is scheduled for 3 days from 13th to 15th of September, and the exhibition will go up till the 4th of October. With this, may I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Rakesh Shashibhushan, Chairman, CII National Committee on Space, and Chairman and Managing Director, Antriksh Corporation, to deliver his welcome remarks. Over to you, Mr. Shashibhushan.
Thank you, Ankur. Thank you for that introduction. So good afternoon. And first of all, let me extend a very warm welcome to all participants to the CII, the second edition of the CII International Space Conference 2021 on the theme, Building New Space in India. This conference assumes importance from the very fact that the Indian space sector is undergoing a rapid transformation from a monopolistic one to a market-driven one. As you're aware, Indian space sector has always been an interesting domain for both the domestic as well as foreign entities. Since its inception in 2008, Bangalore Space Expo, or BSX as it is often known, had attracted space companies and agencies the world over. This significant biennial event could not be held during these COVID times, and so we in the CII National Committee for Space decided to continue with the second edition of the virtual conference to provide an adequate platform for connecting various stakeholders and discuss on the ongoing reforms in the space sector as well as the evolving business opportunities. This conference is coming at a time when the Indian space sector has been opened up for the private sector. The new environment, along with ISRO's expertise and space pedigree, together has the potential to create a vibrant space ecosystem, which has the potential not only to meet the growing demand for space services in India, but also to be a significant player in the global commercial space domain. Recently, Colorado-based Space Foundation reported that the overall space economy expanded 4.4% to 447 billion in 2020, in spite of the pandemic, due to increased governmental spending by countries like US, China, France, etc., ESA also, and also due to the participation of more countries. Commercial activity account for lion's share of this economy with 49% share. India's share in this economy is very small. The reforms allow Indian industries a real chance of entering the global arena of space, leveraging Indian manufacturing and operating costs, and of course, the knowledge and quality and reliability requirements of space, which has been well dispersed in India by ISRO through its industry partners. Hope Indian corporates will look at this business opportunity seriously and venture into this exciting domain, which promises a bright future. It is heartening to see the progress of space startups in the past few years. These innovative players will be able to play a vital role in the fast development of space ecosystem in India. And some of them do look ready to enter the global market. This is something very exciting to look forward to. Hope this conference will help the growth that we all want to see in the Indian commercial space domain and help the sector to be an active contributor to the GDP. Along with Dr. K. Shivan, Chairman ISRO and Secretary Space, today we have with us Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman Designate IN-SPACe, and all of us are waiting to hear from him also. We have dignitaries like Mr. Nico van Putten, Deputy Director, Netherlands Space Office, Mr. Anthony Murford, Deputy Head, Australia Space Agency, Mr. Rajan Navani, Chairman CII India at 75 Council, Dr. T. Radhakrishnan, CMD NSIL, Sri Uma Maheshwaran, Scientific Secretary ISRO, and Sri K. Arunachalam, Director NSIL. Let me extend a very warm welcome to all of you. Let me once again extend a very warm welcome to all the viewers and participants, and request all of you for an active participation and make this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sasibhushan, for your welcome address. May I now request Mr. Rajan Navani, Chairman CII India at 75 Council, to address the participants, please.
Thank you. Dr. Sivan, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Mr. Uma Maheshwaran, Mr. Anthony Moffat, Mr. Nico Putin, Dr. Radhakrishnan, Mr. Rakesh Sasibhushan, Mr. Arunachalam, colleagues from industry, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon, and again, a very warm welcome to everyone to this International Space Conference and Exhibition 2021. And I must say that CII is really happy to have organized this conference and exhibition under the leadership of three very strong organizations, ISRO, NSIL, and Antrix Corporation. I think in the midst of this current pandemic, I truly believe that a conference and exhibition like this provides an excellent platform for Indian industry, startups, and various international space agencies to come across from the world to build technology partnerships in the space sector. I clearly remember when I came back from NASA back in 1995, and Antrix Corporation was set up in 1992. I think India's entire ideology of integrating India's space program with the rest of the world had commenced. And I must say we have come a long way since then, when we were, building out a very strong relationship with the rest of the world on the basis of Indian capabilities. I really express my sincere gratitude today to Dr. K. Sivan, who is the chairman of ISRO and Secretary, Department of Space, Government of India, for his leadership over the past many years for the development of the Indian space sector. I also like to acknowledge the contribution of the scientists of ISRO in the Indian space programs. I must say that India, with its persistent efforts of all of its scientists, has also become a recognized major player on the world stage and continues to strengthen its position, especially as we look at space exploration through Mars and Moon's mission, as well as I also think that there is so much remarkable work yet to be done in this unexplored space sector, which is beginning to excite the world at a proportion that it hasn't ever in the past. And I must also use this opportunity to thank Mr. Rakesh Sasibhushan, the CMD of Antrix Corporation, who is the chairman of our CII National Committee on Space, and under whose leadership we have been able to direct a lot of the efforts towards shaping changes in policies in the space sector, pursuing industry recommendations with government, and trying to see how this collaboration between industry and government can be strengthened deeper in the years to come. I would also like to use this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Radhakrishnan, the CMD of NSIL, and his team for establishing NSIL as a major space service provider in such a short period of time, and also emerging as a key player in all the areas of the space sector for India. CII offers its full support to NSIL, and we look forward to working closer with NSIL in the years to come. I would also like to thank Mr. Uma Maheshwaran, the Scientific Secretary of ISRO, and experts from the international space agencies for their contribution and efforts in the space sector, I think, which is crucial for the growth of any nation, but more so to see how we can, collaborate. Particular thanks, to Australia, the Netherlands, Canada, Great Britain, and various other international space agencies, who are participating in our conference here today. I believe that many Indian industry, space tech startups, and others will use this as an opportunity to further collaborate with all of these international space agencies. And I think the good large opportunities lie ahead, not only in what our space programs can actually do together, but particularly look at a lot of advancement that has happened through space technologies and its applications into many, many other areas, especially at a time when technology and digital is really on fire around the world, post this pandemic. On behalf of CII, I would also like to appreciate the efforts of our government towards the formation of InSpace last year for reviewing various policies that are related to the space sector, and the development of the national space legislation to strengthen the Indian industry and new entrepreneurs. And we're really fortunate to have with us an old CII friend and chairman designate of InSpace, Dr. Pawan Goenka, who is also an industry stalwart in this space. I believe that these efforts would not only upsurge the engagement of Indian industry and new entrepreneurs in the Indian space sector, but also evolve India as a space manufacturing hub. Thereby, we can contribute significantly to the self-reliance of our country in the future around the Atmanirbharta theme that has also been talked about and being extensively built upon in the years to come. I would also like to see how we could take the government efforts forward, and CII has been proactively working towards India's vision towards bringing a strong ecosystem for space activities and using that to enhance the engagement of Indian industry and help build competence to participate in greater, larger global space-related businesses. CII recently also shared its recommendations on a draft Spacecom Policy 2020, a draft Space RS Policy 2020, a draft Space Transportation Policy 2020, and Department of Space and National Geospatial Policy 2021 to various government departments. Through this platform, on behalf of CII, I would also like to propose a cluster development program to encourage indigenization of satellites, subsystems, and its components for the space sector to boost the manufacturing of satellites and components in India, while the Indian space sector has opened up to the private sector. I think what really follows is a very interesting continued effort of development of private sector, space startups, new entrepreneurs with the support of ISRO, NSIL, Antrix, and InSpace. So we are at a very historic time, when it comes to India's space program. And I must say that, an agenda that CII has led since 2007, India at 75, is one that is based on the strength of India, the economic strength coming through its technological vitality and global leadership around many of the areas like space. And as we have entered the Amrit Mahotsav just on the 15th August this year, the 75th year of Indian independence, I think CII really looks at this as a year where we will establish a multilateral, a methodology, a collaborative framework that will unlock the true potential of what India has to offer to the world in terms of its space program, and actually leverage that to build a stronger India as we continue to move forward. CII has invested deeply over the last 14 years in establishing and building the vision for India's leadership at 75 and beyond. And I think the true parameters of what India stands for, be it affordability, be it the consistent growth in the parameter of performance versus technology and the cost at which that can be produced, besides many other aspects which are the non-negotiables of an Indian success, are all built in to enable our space program to be very, very strong in the years to come. So I really wish the conference and the exhibition a great success, and happy to be a part of this discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navani. May I now invite Dr. D. Radhakrishnan, Chairman and Managing Director, New Space India Limited, to address the participants, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all the distinguished dignitaries at the inaugural session of this International Space Conference and Exhibition 2021, being organized jointly by the Confederation of Indian Industries, CII, Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, Antrix Corporation Limited, and New Space India Limited, NSIL. The theme of this conference, Building New Space in India, and with the eminent speakers who are part of this inaugural session, I'm sure they're going to bring together their perspective on how this important aspect of building new space in India is going to take shape in the coming years. In fact, if you look at NSIL, which is a CPSA under Department of Space, it shares its vision and mandate very much in line with the theme of this particular conference. So our vision is to engage extensively with Indian industries, to take up the technological intensive manufacturing and production related activities, which is basically associated with the space program. As you are all aware, during last year in June 2020, Government of India had made a very significant announcement of unlocking India's potential in space sector. The idea was basically to enable larger participation of Indian companies and startups in the area of space, and also enable the provision for effective utilization of space infrastructure available within the country. So quite evidently, if you look at it, if the private entities have to leapfrog and undertake this very daunting task of space, which in a major sense includes, building launch vehicles, satellites, ground segments, applications, and so on. The provision for utilization of already created space infrastructure within the country, which we all know are highly capital intensive in nature and has long gestation time to design, qualify, realize, and put to use, has to be opened up. If we have to make early inroads into space within the country, and I feel this is one of the very important aspects of the total reforms. Now, if you look at the space reforms, in addition to the unlocking space sector, NSIL's mandate also got significantly enhanced and enriched. So I would just like to touch upon one or two important aspects of this particular reforms. So if you look at it, NSIL has been tasked with the responsibility of undertaking space missions on a demand-driven model rather than the supply-driven model which existed earlier. What does it mean? Basically, is there has to be a firm commitment from the user for every mission that we undertake or the government undertakes. So there are two aspects. When you look at the funding for these particular programs, which are basically cost-intensive projects, it could be either funded from USR or the NSIL itself. So the bottom line is, over invest, there has to be a value for the money, and the commercial viability of the business or the mission needs to be established before anybody ventures into it. So it is, at the end of the day, if you look at it, it's all space commerce when one looks at it from the company's perspective, like NSIL, which needs to make profit at the end of the day and also enable the industries to participate in this particular program. So I feel this newer approach of demand-driven missions is going to bring in more accountability for the space business and the missions, and I'm sure is going to definitely ensure better utilization of space assets and resources. Secondly, I just want to touch upon one more important aspect is in our effort towards bringing in more industrialization in the space sector. When we talk about industrialization in the space sector, has been talked for a quite long time. So I feel our effort towards bringing in this industrialization of the space sector within the country, we have made a very important initiative of building operational launch vehicles of ISRO through Indian Industries. And I'm happy to say that we have already taken a major step towards this, and we have plans to realize PSLV, the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, end-to-end through Indian Industry. And in the coming months, other launch vehicles of ISRO also would follow similar path of realization. Another important point which we feel would go a long way in building new space in India would be through proper mechanisms for transfer of technologies, which are developed by ISRO and US over several decades. It doesn't happen overnight. So it has been done over several decades of toiling when the technology got developed within the organization. So this needs to be enabled to be transferred to the Indian industries. So NSIL has a very important task cut out for transferring these technologies to Indian industries. And we have already started our effort in this direction. And few technologies have already been transferred to the industry, and many more are in the pipeline. So I feel the move of liberalizing the space sector in the country through space reforms is going to empower the Indian industries in meeting the ever-growing requirement of global commercial space market, and thereby would enrich, at the end of the day, we need to see how do you enrich the space economy within the country. And this is going to pave the way, in my view, for building new space in India. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Radhakrishnan. May I now invite Mr. R. Uma Maheshwaran, Scientific Secretary, ISRO, and in charge in space activities, to address the participants, please.
Am I audible? Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you. Dr. K. Shivan, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Sri Rakesh Shashibhushan, CMD Antrix and Chairman CAA National Committee on Space, Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman Designate in Space, Sri Ranjan Navani, Chairman CAA India at 75 Council, Dr. Radhakrishnan, CMD ENSIL, Nico van Putten, Deputy Director, Netherlands Space Office, Anthony Moffat, Deputy Head, Australian Space Agency, Sri Arunachalam, Director, NSIL, and the delegates from industry and academia, my colleagues from ISRO centers, a very warm afternoon to all of you. It is indeed a privilege for me to address this August gathering in the inaugural session of the International Space Conference and Exhibition 2021 being organized by the Confederation of the Indian Industry in collaboration with Antrix, ENSIL, and ISRO. The past year has been indeed a landmark one, seen from the perspective of the progression of the space ecosystem in the country. Amidst the uncertain times of the COVID-19 pandemic, the space reforms initiated by the Government of India in 2020, I'm sure will serve as the foundation of the great achievements to come in near future in the Indian space sector. As has been aptly told, and the private sector shall indeed be a co-traveler, not only in the exploration of outer space, but also in providing the space-based services on Earth for the benefit of the entire society. No amount of words can capture the impact that space-based services have in our daily life. It is thus the need of the hour to enable the private sector to take up end-to-end activities and provide at the same time a level playing field through forward-looking policies. This is exactly what our focus has been over the past year. And let me take some time to apprise the gathering of the efforts that have been initiated in this direction. In fact, the InSpace is a mechanism which has been formed in towards achieving this goal, basically to promote, handhold, monitor, as well as authorize the Indian private sectors to carry out their space-related activities in India. So this is a very clear objective of InSpace. And now that we have Dr. Pawan Goenka as the chairman designate, I think the further this InSpace is going to take further shape and dimensions. Meanwhile, in order to enable the activities, rather than waiting for the formal formulation of the InSpace mechanism, Secretary Department of Space had formed a high-level interim committee with me as chairman. And in fact, we had several meetings during which we discussed and deliberated upon the various proposals received from the non-governmental private entities. In fact, it was a revelation, I would say, and the interest and the excitement shown by the private industries was really commendable, and it was refreshing. It was really a pleasure to see the different proposals that we received, cutting across all sectors of activities in the space domain, both in the upstream, like in satellite or launch vehicle manufacturing or setting up ground stations, and the downstream in applications such as communication, navigation, and Earth observation. The enthusiasm shown by the private sector reinforced ISRO and Department of Space belief of the glorious times to come in the Indian space landscape. Be it big conglomerates like L&T, Bharati Global, Anand Technologies, etc., or maybe MSMEs such as Alpha Design, Azista Aerospace, etc., or even real startups like Pixel, Agnikul, Skyroot, and maybe MapMy India. All these proposals that were received by the interim committee were of innovative nature and substantial quality. Department of Space is now in the process of finalizing policies related to SATCOM and remote sensing, enabling with a view to enable, I would say, the Indian industries to penetrate more into the space application domain. Department of Space also released the draft policies, as you may have seen, for the space transportation, satellite navigation, human in space, and technology transfer, all of which shall incorporate the public feedback, go through the various stages of internal reviews before being formally approved. In fact, you already know that the space bill is already in the level of going through the various departmental reviews, interministerial consultations before being finally tabled in the Parliament, in which InSpace also finds its place as a regulatory mechanism. So these policies are meant to lay down the framework on which a thriving space sector shall evolve with active participation of these various stakeholders. This three-day international event being held in virtual mode shall, I'm sure, thus serve a wonderful platform to brainstorm the ideas, facilitate interactions, and showcase the ever-evolving domain of these space activities. I wish all the very best for this event. With these few words, let me conclude here. I wish that once again the program a grand success, and let us all stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Uma Maheshwaran. Now I'm glad to invite Mr. Nico van Putten, Deputy Director, Netherlands Space Office, to kindly address the participants.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all. I prepared a short presentation, but I'm not sure it can be shown. So, there it is. If we can go to the next slide, please. The Netherlands Space Office started off in 2009. It doesn't say that space was not subject of our environment before that. More than 40 years ago, we were one of the founding fathers of the European Space Agency. But from 2009, we had a specific agency to have the task to, on behalf of the Dutch government, to advise on space policy, to implement that the same space policy, and make people aware of the achievements we had in the past. Next slide, please. The focus of the Netherlands in space is based on technology development aimed for products and services, miniaturization of satellite instrument technology, components, subsystems. We are well aware of what is necessary to do in space. Satellite instruments for Earth observation. I show you later on one of our great efforts with the TROPOMI instrument on the Sentinel-5 precursor. And the last but not least, making use of satellite data. It's very important that with all the infrastructure we have now in the 45 years we are in space, that you also make use of that infrastructure, and that we see to it that satellite data is used on it. We have some interest in space science, of course, astrophysics, Earth observation, planetary science. But most important here is the international orientation. We have, being a small country, it is by definition that we want to collaborate with countries all over the world. And that's one of the reasons why we participate in this conference. Next slide, please. To zoom in on some specifics, which we are aware already between the Netherlands and India. Air quality, I already mentioned TROPOMI instrument on the Sentinel-5 precursor. It's flying since 2017, and there is a massive data collection already available to make everyone aware what the possibilities are to work on air quality and climate. The Netherlands, more than 50% of our country is below sea level, so we are interested in water. Agriculture is one of our specifics as well. Miniaturization and nanosatellites, well-known companies from the Netherlands are already available on that side. And components and systems, subsystems, again, we are a small country, so we do where we're good in, and we would try to work together with companies all over the world on that basis. Next slide, please. It's an example of what TROPOMI can show you and where you can work along with. whenever necessary. So this is one of the collaborations we are looking for, and hopefully in the next months, years, we can launch that collaboration with India as well. Next slide. Water monitoring, of course, there is a lot to say about it. I'm not going to repeat every subject, but this is one of the big successes on that side. And we hope that we can share it with you as soon as possible. Next slide. The nanosatellites, very important that the smaller it is, the better we are, to say it like that. So the Netherlands and the Netherlands Space Office, we are the intermediate. If you want to do it through us, no problem at all. We would like to discuss with you what the possibilities are to make next steps to get Dutch industry involved. And then the next slide. Of course, we have a website, and the second URL is the space directory, where you can find Dutch companies who are available in the Netherlands to work in space. Last words, lots of success in this conference and exhibition. I think this is one of the ways where we can learn from each other and try to set up collaborations on a structural basis in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Putin. May I now invite our next dignitary, Mr. Anthony Moffett, Deputy Head, Australia Space Agency, to kindly address the participants, please.
Good evening, everyone from Australia, and good morning to India. And it is really great to be here to talk to you all. Firstly, thanks to the Indian Space Research Organisation, or ISRO, Antrix Corporation, New Space India Limited, and the Confederation of the Indian Industry, or CII, for inviting Australia to participate in India's premier space event. We are truly excited to be part of this. I would also like to particularly acknowledge the work and leadership of ISRO's chairman, Dr. Sivan. We here in Australia have a close working relationship with ISRO, and really want to commend him for all his work in growing both the Australian-India collaboration and the Indian space industry. It's been great to work with ISRO so closely. And on behalf of the Australian government and the Australian Space Agency, I'd like to extend India our very best wishes and hope that you're all safe and well as we face challenges with COVID-19. We recognise how challenging this can be. We're proud to be a partner country with this international conference, and truly hope it brings many of our like-minded nations together, and it builds for Australia on a strong partnership between Australia and India over the last 35 years as it relates to space. And as we heard from the former speaker, what we're really looking to learn and understand are the opportunities around commercial space opportunities in India, particularly as it's now opening up, and thinking through how startups, businesses can really look at space and how it can transform many areas of our economy, whether it be agriculture, monitoring drought, or helping disasters. And importantly, collaboration is truly key to how we could all face many of our challenges. And that's both collaboration domestically as well as internationally. Today, I'm going to touch on a couple of aspects. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the great work around ISRO's Gaganyaan mission. It is truly inspiring and something the world needs to see as we face challenges associated with COVID-19. I want to highlight some of our great collaboration with India, and I also want to introduce and give a little bit more context about what we're doing here in Australia. What I can say, there is a lot of momentum, and space is going to be a key part of Australia's economy as we go forward. So firstly, the Gaganyaan mission. I really want to congratulate the Indian government on its human spaceflight mission. It's ambitious, and it really is an inspiration to all people, but particularly to the people of India. It will also make India the fourth country to put humans in space. The Australian government is proud to be supporting this mission, and we're going to be supporting the Gaganyaan mission by tracking through Australia's territory on the Cocos-Keeling Islands. It is truly marvellous that we can support India in this endeavour, and what it shows is Australia is again can be a trusted partner. We're a trusted partner when we were supporting the Apollo missions. We were a trusted partner with Japan, with JAXA, with Hayabusa and Hayabusa 2, and now we'll be working with India on the Gaganyaan mission. It will also showcase how India and Australia can collaborate going forward. There are immense opportunities for our nations to work together, and as both our industries start growing, there is huge potential for our industries to collaborate through space technologies. And talking about our collaboration, not only do we have the Gaganyaan mission where we're working together, we've recently updated our Memorandum of Understanding with ISRO to reinforce the strong relationship between our two nations. And as we look forward to what the space economy provides, we know there is immense opportunity. We've heard from the speakers today already that we've got the space sectors and the space industries about to grow and truly exploring the opportunities within space. This is a close of interest to the Australian Space Agency, who has a clear mandate to grow and transform a globally respected space industry. It means industries in both of our nations can look at the opportunities in space and how we can both work on space technologies together, but importantly, how we can apply these space technologies to help issues such as monitoring drought, improving the productivity of agriculture, or monitoring our climate. And on that basis, talking a little bit about what we're doing here in Australia. So it's only been just over 3 years that the Australian Space Agency has been established, but we do have a strong heritage, and I spoke about how Australia did support the Apollo missions in the 1960s. But with this massive transformation of the sector that we're seeing, and as India now embarks on really growing its space industry, Australia is here as well, looking at how we can leverage the opportunities in space. The technology is smaller, access to space is becoming a lot cheaper, and of course, innovation life cycles are really reducing, which really opens up a great ecosystem for our businesses. And it means an agency like ours is not only looking at ways to invest in space, but how we can be a partner and facilitator so that we can open up and ensure that our businesses are able to create those new business models that can transform an economy. And that includes, for example, through regulation. What we're doing in investing in Australia, it's been a big couple of years. The most exciting thing we've had recently is the Australian government is investing 1.3 billion Australian dollars in our manufacturing sector. It's picked 6 priority areas, and one of those is space. That shows that as Australia looks to its manufacturing future, it sees that space technology is one of those areas. And it's one of those areas because not only are we building some inspiring technology to improve STEM, it helps so many other areas of the economy. And not only are we looking at manufacturing, we're growing our base in our space sector. We're building a base so that our industry is able to collaborate and join international supply chains. It means we're investing in facilities such as our payload qualification facilities, so Australian businesses can test their space hardware here in Australia. We've also established our first mission control so that Australian companies can actually use a facility to control their space assets right here in Australia. And we're looking across other areas of our economy, like our mining and resources sector, and looking at how those technologies, such as our big drills and the big trucks, and the automation that is involved, we use those in very harsh conditions at very long distances. For example, some of our mines are up to 1,600 kilometers away, or 1,000 miles from where a remote base is, and they are controlled autonomously from that location. We're taking that technology and showing that it can be used in space, and we've invested in a command and control facility in Perth in Western Australia that really showcases how we can take that automation capability and apply it in space. And importantly, as part of the mandate of the Space Agency, not only are we building our domestic capability, we're also very mindful that we've got to open doors internationally, because international collaboration is key for us to be successful in space. We're working with countries such as the UK, we're working with JAXA, and we have a mission with NASA, a $150 million investment in the Moon to Mars initiative, where we're taking our Australian businesses opening supply chains so we can get Australian technologies to support NASA on its ambitions to go forward to the moon and onto Mars. And excitingly, we are working with India, supporting the Gaganyaan mission, and I'm sure there are more opportunities that will come forward. With our sector itself, and I've heard a lot of talk about the space industry that's growing in India. In Australia, we've had an exciting growth. We know some of the broader global statistics. The sector is around 350 billion in size around the world, and it's still forecast to be around 1 trillion by 2040. In Australia, our sector is around 4 billion in Australian dollars, and we have a target to triple it to 12 billion by 2030. And you'll hear in our mission and mandate, we are very much focused on growing the industry. And that's why, as we look at a post-pandemic recovery in light of COVID, we are looking at how space can truly play a role. And as we look at that future role, we are now embarking on what we call phase 3 of our Australian civil space strategy. For the first 3 years, we've been building a strong base, investing in infrastructure, and providing seed funding to grow our company so they can connect internationally. And what that's created is over 2 billion of investment in Australia over the coming years, and nearly a third of that is from industry. We've got a strong growth rate of our space sector. It's growing at around 4%. And our businesses are recruiting new people every day, creating a new workforce and getting people into STEM. And to really showcase what we can do both domestically and internationally, we're developing technology roadmaps. These roadmaps are designed to show the world and our domestic industry where we can connect and where we can contribute to international missions, whether it's in advanced communications, Earth observations to support drought and water management, the use of robotics and automation to control assets in space, space situational awareness, or areas such as space medicine. It is truly an exciting time here in Australia. And in closing, what I'd like to say is let's think to the future. It's exciting to hear about India, the growth and the great opportunities in ISRO and its broader space industry. We've heard from many of our speakers that we use space every single day and to help the broader economy. We use it to assist agriculture and farming. We use it to monitor drought. We use it to support natural disasters, and we use it to monitor the environment. These are joint issues both our nations face challenges with, but it's a strong platform where our two countries can work together, but importantly, our two industries can work together. I'm going to finish on Gaganyaan, again, an inspiring mission. We're all facing challenges associated with the pandemic. And as we look through our economies and we're addressing those challenges through various means, space has its role, whether it's supporting manufacturing capability in healthcare or continuing to create jobs. But importantly for missions like Gaganyaan, space also inspires. It gives a vision for hope and what humanity can achieve. It allows us to explore the unknown and inspire the next generation. And for this conference, startups and companies to look to the stars. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moffat. I would now like to introduce our next dignitary, Dr. Pavan Goenka. Dr. Pavan Goenka is the Chairman Designate, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. In April 2021, Dr. Goenka retired as Managing Director of Mahindra & Mahindra after spending 27 years with the Mahindra Group. Dr. Goenka is credited with building a strong R&D and a wide product portfolio for Mahindra, and is also widely recognized as a statesman of the Indian auto industry. Dr. Goenka served on the boards of several Mahindra Group companies, both domestic and international. Dr. Goenka also serves as an independent director on the board of Sun Pharmaceutical Industries Limited and Bosch Limited. Dr. Goenka received several awards during his tenure, including Visita Medal of Honor in year 2016, which is bestowed for his particularly distinguished achievement and leadership in the global automotive industry, and he's the only Indian to receive this prestigious recognition. Dr. Goenka is past president of Society of Automotive Engineers India, the ARAI Governing Council, and served as the board member of National Skills Development Corporation. He is currently a National Council member of CII and chairs the National Mission on Atmanirbhar Bharat of CII. He also serves as the chairman of the Board of Governors of IIT Madras and IIT Bombay. He's the chairperson of the Steering Committee for Advancing Local Value Add and Exports, an initiative under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. I would now like to invite Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman Designate InSpace and National Council Member CII, to address the participants, please.
Thank you, Payal, for that introduction. Dr. Sivan, Chairman of ISRO, other luminaries from the space sector from India as well as Australia and Netherlands, my CII colleague Rajan, and all other attendees of this conference. I'm honored to be appointed to the position of Chairman of InSpace, and really excited to be entering this sector, which has enormous opportunities, as we have already heard. I guess that when all of you heard my name, my appointment to InSpace, you must have asked the question, who is this Pavan Goenka? Because I have had no connection whatsoever to the space industry, space sector. Payal has given you a bit of a background intro to me, and over the next few weeks, I'll get to know each one of you much better than I know today. Clearly, I'm a stranger to this sector. If you look at the backdrop, it's blank because I had to remove everything that is automotive, and I still don't have anything that represents space, no rockets, no satellites, no launch vehicles. So I'll have to put some of those in the backdrop. And of the 71 speakers who will be talking over these next 3 days, I knew of only 2. Dr. Sivan, who is a national hero, and every Indian is proud of what ISRO has done under his leadership, and Rohan Verma, who is the CEO of MapMyIndia. And that is because Mahindra was the first Indian designed vehicle that put a navigation map built into the vehicle, and MapMyIndia provided the map to us. And even today, Mahindra uses MapMyIndia. I'm very happy to meet Mr. Sasibhushan, Dr. Radhakrishnan, and Dr. Uma Maheswaran in this session here today. I would have obviously reached out to each one of you to get to know you better and what you do. And Dr. Uma Maheswaran, especially thank you for holding this baby Inspire InSpace and give it a shape that I will be inheriting from you. For me, the timing of this conference couldn't have been perfect. I guess CII knew when this appointment might happen. Over the next 3 days, I will learn about the sector, the opportunities, the people involved, the challenges that the sector has. I have cleared my calendar and I'll attend each and every of the 9 sessions that will be put up, and also the exhibition that will be held parallelly. And I guess I can claim at the end of the week that I'm now an expert in the space sector. So I'm right now in the learning mode, and therefore do not expect any pearls of wisdom from me. All those pearls of wisdom have already been shared earlier and will be shared again by Dr. Sivan. What I have picked up in the last week or so, learning about the space sector, is that it's a $440 billion global sector, but India has less than 2% of share in that sector, though India is a leading spacefaring country. I'm very impressed with what our space scientists have achieved in advancing technology with a modest budget. And I can clearly see and say that space is one of the few sectors where India can rub shoulders with the best in the world in terms of technical capability and R&D infrastructure. As we have heard already, a lot of interest in the private sector and amongst tech startups that's beginning to happen now in the last 2 or 3, 4 years. Names like SetSure, SetSurge, Satellize, Skyroot, Bellatrix, and Agnikul, Astron are all getting prominence, but they're not household names yet. And I'll be waiting for some of these to become a unicorn in the near future. And except what I did notice, except for a few of these startups, everyone else is working in upstream, which kind of surprised me, because I thought that the higher value is in downstream activities, but I see startups right now are more in the upstream activities. And I'll get to understand more of that as I get deeply into the sector. I can clearly see opportunities to grow this sector bursting at the seams. And I see my role as a facilitator to achieve the true potential of the space sector, working with ISRO, Antrix, NSIL, and non-government public and private enterprise. Now, being from the industry, the only way I know how to work is to set a target, define a strategy to reach that target, put action plans in together, define responsibilities for various stakeholders, and then monitor the progress. So I would be setting a target of India achieving a certain market share in space, and I would be comfortable to say 10%. But it's too premature for me to put a number right now because my knowledge of space is all of 3 days old. But I would like to put a target. I'd like to define a time frame by which we'll achieve that. I will like to define a right to win because it won't happen simply by wishing. And I will then look at what are the various actions that have to be put in place and work very closely with all the stakeholders to try and achieve that. Over the next few weeks, I'll be meeting many of you one-on-one or in small groups to kind of get a sense of nuances that are holding this sector back. Opportunities everywhere, but still our progress is somewhat muted, though we are fairly new in terms of privatizing this space sector. I'm also aware that many of you, especially in the private sector, are waiting for regulatory clarity and policy announcements. And that will be clearly my first priority as I take responsibility for IN-SPACe. A lot of work has already been done. I will have to deep dive and then understand what and what not. But let me also say that regulatory and policies are facilitators. They by themselves will not be sufficient to meet the aspirations that we as a country would have for space. Undoubtedly, we'll have to continue to push the frontiers of science and technology, for which government space agencies will have the primary responsibility. We'll have to continue to have private sector move very aggressively to pursue the space sector, especially downstream applications. They'll have to make some big bets, take some risks. More investments have to come into this sector. I believe India's total investment of private sector, the startup space, is only about $21–22 million, which is less than 0.5% of investment that has been made in the global tech startup world in the space sector. India has clearly got to reach the overseas players, both government and non-government. I'm very happy to see the Netherlands and Australia have expressed interest in working with Indian space ecosystem jointly and collaboratively. We'll have to identify new applications. Seamless cooperation between all entities involved in space is an absolute must for us to achieve the aspirations that we will set for ourselves as a country. And I was very happy to read just 2 days ago that Skyroot has signed the first ever agreement with ISRO to use their facilities for testing their launch vehicle. I also see there are a lot of untapped opportunities for suppliers in the industry to supply outside India. I believe that that is not happening in a big way as of yet. I need to understand why and how we can increase that. I also see opportunities for cross-deployment of technology in other sectors. Lithium-ion battery, for example, developed by ISRO, was talked about 3–4 years ago in a big way to bring in lithium-ion battery for cars. Do not know what has happened to that development. A lot of development in ISRO or other space labs in sensors, coatings, materials. All of these probably will have applications in other industries. And I have learned that space always leads in technology. The cutting edge technology developments happen in space. And finally, when it comes to automotive, that's when it becomes mass market. I would like to just simply conclude by saying that I'm excited to get an opportunity to work on the sunrise sector. Who is who of the sector is present here today. I thank you for admitting me to the sector, and I assure you that I will put all my energy behind taking this sector to its rightful place, working closely and collaboratively with each one of you. And I thank CII for organizing this conference at the perfect timing for me. I will go through all the exhibitions and all the presentations that will be made over the next 3 days. Thank you very much. And once again, best wishes to everyone in taking our space sector to the greater heights and get that market share, whatever that might be, that I would talk about after a few weeks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goenka. It's always a pleasure to hear you. Now we'll move on to our chief guest, Dr. Sivan, who needs no introduction, but still let me share a brief introduction with all of you. Dr. K. Sivan joined ISRO in 1982 and was inducted into PSLV project. He specialized in aerospace engineering, space transportation systems engineering, launch vehicle and mission design, control and guidance design, and mission simulation software design, mission synthesis, simulation, analysis, and validation of flight systems. He is the chief architect of 6D Trajectory simulation software, Sitara, which is the backbone of the real-time and non-real-time trajectory simulations of all ISRO launch vehicles. He was responsible for commissioning world-class simulation facility in ISRO for mission synthesis and analysis, which is used for mission design, subsystem level validation, and integrated validation of avionics systems in all ISRO launch vehicles. He has received many awards, including Doctor of Science from selected universities. He has numerous publications in various reputed journals, including a book in November 2015, Integrated Design for Space Transportation System, published by Springer. It's my honor and privilege to now invite Dr. K. Sivan, Chairman ISRO and Secretary, Department of Space, Government of India, to kindly deliver his special address.
Thank you, Madam. Most respected Dr. Pavan Goenka and most respected Mr. Rajan Navani, my dear friends, Mr. Rakesh, Mr. Radhakrishnan, Mr. Uma Maheshwaran, Mr. Nico van Putten from Netherlands Space Office, Mr. Anthony Murphet from Australia Space Agency, and the delegates and participants from India and across the globe. Namaste and greetings from Indian Space Research Organization. We are once again here in this virtual platform today with the second edition of the International Space Conference and Expo since the outbreak of the pandemic. And this is the other side of the pandemic, wherein the challenges posed by the pandemic situations enabled us to open a new vista to bring in experts, business, and products of space in a virtual platform. I'm extremely happy to address you all and share my thoughts on this special occasion and my appreciation to CII, NSIL, ISRO, and Andrix for creating this excellent platform to discuss and share the new ideas, innovations, latest technologies being developed across the globe on space domain. In this changing global space industry landscape, industries are playing a vital role, contributing to a major share of the world economy by doing business in all space domain. This includes building and launching launch vehicles, building, owning, and operating satellites, providing satellite-based services, establishing the ground segments, research partnerships, and even providing mission services. So the space industry will no longer be the confine of the government, and private space companies have proven the economic aspects of the space program, and new opportunities are emerging out day by day. As you know, the recent trips to the outer space made by two US entrepreneurs have created a lot of excitement, and the private space travel is not anymore an imagination. In the very near future itself, the space travel will be operated commercially. On the downstream side, the giant leap in the mobile broadband network and IoT applications has made the demand on high throughput satellites ever growing. On the other hand, constellation of small satellites have proven extremely amazing results not only in Earth observation, but also in communication areas. The challenges posed by the future space economy in terms of congested outer space, scarce frequency and orbital resources, financial and technological resources required for capital-intensive space missions, etc., requires partnerships and cooperation among all the stakeholders involved. It is well understood that space economy can be sustained through cooperation and collaboration. So we are seeing that internationally collaborations are now on increasing trend in space business. Now coming to space Indian scenario, as all of you are aware, our country has a long and distinguished record of space activities. Indian National Space Program have provided the backbone for access to space, telecommunication, broadcasting, and remote sensing. With this technology base, today a growing economy like India is relying heavily on space technologies and applications in achieving its national objectives, especially in the area of sustainable development. The demand for a digital economy and knowledge are growing exponentially. And India is a large market for mobile and data-based services. Space is now identified as a critical tool for achieving the fastest growth. To meet this ever-growing demand in terms of both speed and scale requires the participation of well-established Indian industries as well as startups. It is much appreciated that the Indian private industry has risen to the occasion and are ready to support the country in achieving its space goals. To enable them, the Government of India has unlocked the potential of space for increased public-private partnerships to boost India's space sector and has announced space sector reforms. In this changed scenario, I would say that Indian industry has ample opportunities to shape the Indian space economy with the game-changing technologies and emerging commercial capabilities. Creation of a space industry ecosystem needs synergetic efforts from all players, including government, academia, and industry, coupled with predictable policies and regulatory framework. Each space sector needs to play a critical role in exploring the issues and convert them into opportunities for shaping our new space. The Department of Space is also committed to play a greater role in this post-space reform by promoting and supporting the private sector with the technology transfer and by building the required infrastructure and ecosystem for private space industry to thrive in the country. And the Department of Space has taken proactive steps towards ensuring a level playing field for private players. Government of India has set up the autonomous body Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center in Space and the Department of Space to enable the private industry to take up their space activities. I need not explain in space that everybody is aware what's happening. So I need not explain, and maybe that after 2 weeks or 1 week, you may hear more from Dr. Pawan Goenka. Now I don't want to spend time on that. The department has already started receiving the several proposals from industry soon after the announcement of the space sector reform. I can see many of them are participating in this conference. And I could say that more than 40 applications have come. I will explain all these things to Dr. Pawan Goenka when he's here. We are looking into each of the industry proposals, and we try to meet their requirements as far as possible through the interim in-space mechanism headed by Mr. Umar Maheshwaran. And I'm sure that the in-space, when it is installed very soon, will act as a link between ISRO and private sector companies assessing how best to utilize the India space resources and increase the space-based activities. The interim in space has already set the background, facilitating a smooth transition for InSpace to take over. I take this opportunity to wish them all the best in promoting, authorizing, and regulating the space activities in the country for a thriving space economy. We have already, as I mentioned, that received requests from as much as 40 space companies so far, and the applications are being processed for further action. Interestingly, a major chunk out of these are startup companies, which also includes newly incorporated ones. The department sees startups as the new age industry partners, the potential future players who can contribute to space economy, and we will be able to enable them to become the competitive with other global space players. There is also enormous scope for foreign companies to tie up with Indian companies in the space sector. This is the one thing we have to take very, very strongly. We have seen a lot of interest from the foreign companies. I am sure that Dr. Goenka will take up this activity. Our space FDA policy is getting revised, and revised policy will be open up huge avenues of opportunities for foreign space companies to invest in India. This will ensure a sustained engagement between Indian and overseas companies, which would greatly benefit both. This is the one area that definitely is not only our the space sector reform, it's not only getting into the opening only in India, it is trying to get from the foreign investment also. So this is a wider perspective. Going forward, ISRO will not do anything not like that. ISRO will be concentrating more on research and development and space science mission, and will strive for overcoming the challenges and reduce the technological gaps in a timely and more responsive manner in the changed scenario. ISRO facilities and expertise will be leveraged so that opportunities will be there for private industry to generate more cash flow and investment. That's what has happened just last week with the MOU between that Skyroot, and there's a couple of the startups already in the process. Maybe another few days that also MOU will be signed. So I see a very future that Indian space scenario as a mix of governmental and non-governmental space ventures, which complement each other and thus boost our country's technology base and economic growth. Thus, the space industry should be enabled for contributing to India at 75 in a befitting way and lead India to climb up for earning its space in the top-ranking spacefaring nations. Let this conference become a platform for industries to understand the demands of global space market and handhold each other for collaborative development in space domain. I once again welcome all the speakers of technical sessions and my best wishes to make this conference a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sivan, for sharing your valuable perspectives with us. May I now request Mr. A. Arunachalam, Director, NSIL, to give the vote of thanks to all the dignitaries, please.
Thank you, Payal. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great honor for me to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of CII, ISRO, Antrix, and NSIL. At the outset, let me thank Dr. K. Sivan, Chairman Space Commission, Secretary Department of Space, and Chairman ISRO, for taking time out of his busy schedule to grace this occasion and be amongst us. He is a technologist par excellence and has been the source of inspiration for all of us. He has reviewed the preparation towards this event, including the technical program. His address brought out the various trends in the space sector and the big role to be played by the Indian industries. We profoundly thank Dr. Sivan for agreeing to our request to participate in this inaugural function and delivering the special address. I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman Designate of InSpace and National Council member of CII, for readily agreeing to our request to be amongst us in this inaugural session and delivering the special address. His address dwelt upon the roles to be played by the different stakeholders to build a dynamic Indian space ecosystem and increasing the India's market share. My special thanks to Mr. Uma Maheshwaran, Scientific Secretary of ISRO, for participating in this inaugural function and delivering the special address covering the activities taken up by ISRO as part of space reforms towards unlocking India's potential in space sector. It is my duty to acknowledge the interest shown by Mr. Nico van Putten, Deputy Director of Netherlands Space Office, and Mr. Anthony Murphy, Deputy Head of Australian Space Agency in this International Space Conference, and both of them have highlighted the collaboration areas with the Indian industries. And I understand they are also planning a special session during this event. A special thanks to Mr. Rakesh Sashibhushan, CMD Antrix, and Chairman of CII National Committee on Space, for meticulously following up all the activities and continuous review leading to the International Space Conference and exhibition. I also take this opportunity to thank our CMD, Mr. D. Radhakrishnan, for his keen interest in this event and briefing on the role played by ANSIL post-space reforms. We earnestly thank all the directors of ISRO DAS centers and units who, in spite of their professional commitments, have accepted our invitation and participating in this event virtually. ISRO centers and units are also demonstrating their products and services in this exhibition. And as this exhibition will be live from today till 4th of October 2021. There are 8 sessions planned as part of this international event. And I sincerely thank each one of the chairpersons and panelists for readily agreeing to our request and for your valuable time. Thanks to all sponsors, exhibitors for their overwhelming support. I, on behalf of ANSIL, thank CII for their continuous and sincere efforts during the last 2 years to conduct this event virtually. A special thanks to Mr. Rajan Navani, Chairman CII India at 75 Council. Last but not least, I sincerely acknowledge the support from Director CBPO of ISRO Headquarters, Director of CII, Mr. Rachna, and my colleagues from ANSIL in working with the detailed technical program for the 3 days event and smooth conduct of this inaugural session. I once again thank one and all present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Arunachalam. Before we end the session, I have a special request. May I request all our dignitaries to kindly smile for the camera and allow us for a group picture for the inaugural session, please. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. Thank you for joining us today, taking out your valuable time and sharing your perspectives with us. I would like to thank Amazon Web Services, MESAT, SES, Astra, HiCal, LMW, LNT, AsiaSat, Midhani, Airborne, MapMyIndia, and our other sponsors for supporting this conference. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and we will start with our first session in another 5 minutes. Thank you so much, one and all.
Thank you, Payal.
Just checking if we are going to take some time here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the dignitaries and participants to this session on shaping the future with geospatial applications, emerging trends and issues. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
The session will be chaired by Dr. Rajkumar, Director, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO. Dr. Rajkumar has more than 35 years of experience. He's presently leading the team of scientists and engineers from various disciplines with the mandate for establishment of ground stations, generation of data products, dissemination to the users, development of techniques for remote sensing applications, including disaster management support, geospatial services for good governance, and capacity building for professionals, faculty, and students. He has primarily carried out research towards the effective utilization of space technology, especially microwave remote sensing, for the studies of ocean, atmosphere, and climate for societal benefits. The other esteemed speakers of the session are Mr. Nikhil Kumar, President, Geospatial MapMy India. Mr. Kumar is directly responsible for strategic initiatives and focuses to accelerate the growth for MMI geospatial products, solutions, and services in India and abroad. Mr. Devin Laheru is our other speaker. He's the president of BD. He's president and BD Scanpoint Geomatics Limited. Mr. Laheru, in his career of 27 plus years, has held various leadership positions at large IT companies like HCL and Oracle. In his current role as president, business development, he leads Pan-India sales and business development team and is responsible for strategy, business planning, GTM, revenue, and market share growth. I also welcome Ms. Coco Antonissen, Advisor, Earth Observation, Netherlands Space Office. Ms. Antonissen works as an advisor on state applications at Netherlands Space Office. She has a background in geoscience and remote sensing from Delft University of Technology. As an advisor on satellite applications, she advises the government on the use and benefits of satellite data to stimulate the implementation of satellite data. Then we have Mr. Pradeep Basu, founder SatSure. Mr. Basu is the co-founder and chief executive officer at SatSure, a decision analytics startup that is working on solutions to enable technology access for financing in agriculture, clean energy, and sustainable development programs globally. Then we have Ms. Mani Thiru, APJ Space Industry Development Leader, Aerospace and Satellite Solutions, Amazon Web Services. As the Asia Pacific business leader within the Aerospace and Satellite Solutions team at Amazon Web Services, Mani works to enable the space industry to achieve its most ambitious goals through the power of cloud. She currently serves on the SmartSat CRC's Artificial Intelligence for Space in Australia, advises the Queensland Government Space Industry Reference Group on matters pertaining to the growth of the state's growth industry, and is a member of the American Chamber of Commerce and Space Committee. And we have Dr. Ish Mohan Bahuguna, Deputy Director SAC from ISRO. Dr. Bahuguna has an experience of more than 34 years in remote sensing data analysis for nature resources and planetary surfaces. He has contributed in remote sensing and geospatial analysis of geomorphological features and Himalayas, snow and glaciers using ISRO's Earth and observation data. His special contribution includes monitoring of snow and glaciers of Himalaya region in the last 3 decades using Earth observation data. He has successfully completed many application projects in SAC, along with more than 15 collaborating agencies, which include academic institutions, research institutes, and government organizations. I would now like to invite Dr. Rajkumar, Director, National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO, for his opening remarks and would request him to kindly take the session forward. Over to you, Dr. Rajkumar.
Thank you, Spurta. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Now we are heading for the very exciting session. Actually, this is the, we can say, because I am from this field since many years, very, very exciting session. What we are talking about, shaping future with the geospatial applications. because geospatial application is now we know everywhere we can see the geospatial applications. Whichever field you take up from the any sustainable development or agriculture, navigation, everywhere the geospatial is the in thing, we can say. We were using it since many years, but we are not naming it. I can say we are not naming it like that as geospatial application. But since recently, it has taken a very big role. And from my point of view, if I say since my beginning of my career, I was saying emerging trends. It is not an emerging trend. It has already emerged. If I say clearly, these geospatial applications, because I worked for many years in the atmosphere ocean sciences. So there are always cooperation from the other agencies, global agencies, as well as the industries was always there. It is because that is a field where you cannot survive without cooperation with the other agencies, because you cannot have the trend for the being only in a location base or only in India. Even if you want to do anything for the any particular location, you have to get the data from other places. So in that case, now for each and every field, we are seeing that one of the major thing is coming because of the data. Data is a huge data. What we can say now. Can I have a share my screen? Because just to set the tune, I just wanted to say a few slides I can share. Otherwise, I can take just like that.
Yes, we will just
yeah,
enable that.
So I'll request Pradeep from IT team to please give the rights to Dr. Rajkumar to share the screen.
No problem. Yeah, so if you see, Indian Space Program, if you can see, really, it has come from the, you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, if you see overall Indian Earth Observation Program, it has many segments, but we will today, because we will not talking in this session all these topics, but mainly on the application point of view, where the Earth Observer applications. There are a lot of applications, not only application on the routine basis, but on the really scientific improvements also there. If we really see for many scientific developments are required and research are required, there also you have to be involvement of all the agencies, and there are lot of we can say cooperation from all others are required. I will take few examples so that we can go about this later on. If we see really, there are the many sectors are there in this total Earth observations, where one is the sustainable development, we say. Another, and one of the major important for which Indian Space Program is being known is the societal benefits. So if we go to societal benefits, there are many securities are there, social economic securities. Under that, we can say food security, water security, health security, as well as infrastructure security. All these are there. And if we go on taking one each of them also, then we have a whole time will go on that. So I will not deal upon that. But if we say even one of them is a food security, agriculture is one of them, where we go the crop productions, crop intensification, as well as many insurance sector in the crop that is there. Water security, where the surface water, groundwater, as well as if we say whole ocean is there for that. Similarly, for the energy security, all this comes under the socio-economic security components. Second one comes is the sustainable development. Under sustainable development also, we have bioresource conservation, fragile ecosystems are there, urbanization, coastal ecosystem, which is now coming in a big way. If all of you might have heard from the coastal ecosystem point of view, as well as ocean system point of view, where we are talking about India is talking about deep ocean mission, where you have a lot of resources available. So sustainable development is one of the second sector where the space play a major role. Then third is the very important sector is the disaster risk reduction. Any disaster is happening, you cannot go from the ground to data. There also spaceborne data is playing a major role, not only local scale, but international scale also. And for that purpose, we have International Disaster Charter, where all the countries cooperate for that type of occasions. Then, for governance point of view, we know for governance point of view, for various ministries, we have a role playing from the space point of view. Like one very well-known is called Geo Manrega. For that, many sectors we are providing the inputs. Just for example, for geospatial technology itself, if we say a lot of installation itself has been done already. That's what I was talking about, that it is not emerging, but already emerged in a big way. But we were not talking at agriculture point of view. When a whole center is there, MNCFC we call it, Ministry of Agriculture. Water security point of view, India Water Source Information System is there, Ministry of Water Source. Forestry is there, where we have the forest biomass as a forest inventory. Ocean, the whole centers is there, Indian Center for Ocean Information System, where fishery forecast we know very well since many years it is going on. Ocean state forecast, tsunami warning, like that many sectors are there. So I'm not, I just wanted to say these are some of the sectors. And energy management information system point of view, we have a lot of energy, renewable energy. Nowadays we are hearing about solar energy, wind energy, wave energy. Lot of potential is there, and then from space plays a major role in that. We know even from the solar rooftop point of view also. In governance point of view, as I was talking about, there are many ministries. We are providing the input like a soil health card scheme, Fasal Bima Yojana, what we call it, and sustainable cities, Amrit Yojana. There are many things are going on. And disaster, one of the major disaster, even nowadays also we are hearing, one is the flood, which is happening every year, and some of the states, the mapping of the flood zone area, flood zonation, where the flood will be happening, and rapid assessment of the damage, that also mostly is faced of flood warning systems, and risk modeling of the flood, where the flood is happening mostly some of the rivers, and then hazard risk assessment in the major places in some of the states. So all those things also are being happening, and for that purpose, only recently National Database Emergency Management (NDEM) has been set up, and one of that node we are having ISRO and NRC itself. From the one of the major things what nowadays we are hearing about the climate change studies, because the climate change reports we have seen very actually scary. We hear that everything will be drowning, and then if it's a sea level point of view, then how to assess the sea level? For sea level assessment, how the sea level changes are there, even the glaciers are melting, or CO2 increase. All those things you can monitor only from the space point of view or from the space data. So all those things are being monitored not only from the Indian satellite, but from one of the global satellites also. So for there also a lot of we need the cooperation from all the agencies. And when we go for the very high resolution data point of view, then from our point of view, from ISRO, we have a Cartosat series of data from where we are able to provide high resolution data from Cartosat 2 series, as well as from the Cartosat 3 series also. As we are able to provide. In addition to that, because this is the data where we are having a very less swaths. So you have to have the many satellites. So for that purpose, there are constellation satellite from the global agencies also. A suite of satellites are there. One of you might have heard about from mainly the Sentinel series from Copernicus. We are having Sentinel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, many satellites, and that very good thing it is happening nowadays. It is data is being made available. Many of the data set freely, not the very high resolution, but medium resolution data. In addition to that, you also require the data, not only from that, but aerial data, or the new thing is coming from the drone data. That is so UAV also. All the, including all this data, harmonizing all the data is the requirement of the day. So if you see the overall focus, what we have to do now, we have to capture advantage of multi-satellite, that's what I told, and high repeat, very, very high repeativity. Many satellites are required. And to process this data, we need, that's what agencies are there. I think Amazon will also be talking about, SRE is there, as well as, so they will be talking about this. It's automation of the data, image processing, and not only the data, but information provided, because data is one of the things, but information has to be provided for everybody. So geospatial information services has to be provided in the big way and very, very lucid way, so that the citizen can use it effectively. And for all those things, we are not sufficient. So capacity building is required from the researcher point of view. Some of the applications I just wanted to show what we have developed here itself. One is the COVID-19 dashboard itself. You might have heard that is since 2 years, whole world is facing that. But some of the things where it is we are able to do using the geospatial data analysis from our database. And one is the, I was talking about the Yuktadhara, the geospatial planning portal for GeoManrega, where you can see all the management of natural resources, how they are going ahead. You can even plan also, even monitor. So both the things can be done. So that type of portals are there. And for hydrological products, what is called the National Hydrological Project, where we are having many products in our one website. And if you see the information system for climate point of view, there are many products are available, and they are being developed by us as well as from global agencies toward the essential climate variable, what we call about to monitor all these variables from terrestrial point of view, atmosphere, cryosphere, for all the things, and even the numerical model based. So all those things are being done. So if you see all this, whatever data is available, everything is available. What are the opportunities for us? Systematic and demand-based data equations. It has to be there. And one of the most important thing, what we call it, the free and analysis ready products. That's what we call information, not the data, but products. Where any particular person with a little knowledge of this can start using this information that is required, and observation in whole Earth observation spectrum. Not only few, because sometimes we talk about this hyperspectral channel where we get the many more information that is there. In addition, opportunities are there, computational infrastructure. I think Mani will be talking about something, how this thing can be made available and on the cloud basis mainly. Several clouds are available. How huge data which is going to come with the number of satellites as well as the number of products will be coming. How this can be used by all of us. Quick processing of that, automation, and analytics. One of the major things comes the analytics also on the web. Not only the data, one need not to get the data, download the data and utilize it. But it can be directly on the web itself. People can start utilizing it. So these are some of the opportunities. And these are some of the websites most of us know from the ISRO side. One is the Bhuvan from the NRSC itself, which has the feeding to many central ministries as well as citizen-centric applications. Vedas, one of the site where is you can get all the information, Earth database information from the ISRO Space Application Center. One site is a Meteorological Oceanographic Satellite Data Archival Center from the Space Application Center. You get all the meteorological oceanographic data, which is mostly freely available, and well as some of the new applications and the information system. Then I was talking about NDEM, that is disaster emergency management. They are related to disaster. All the products from the various ministries are being pulled up from our center also, and these are being provided. Then National Hydrological Projects that I was talking about, hydro products, many are there. And Bhunidhi is the name itself says Bhunidhi, from where you get the most of the data from the Indian satellites from this. So all these things are being available and then being made available, and you know about the new geospatial data policy also will be coming in place, and that time itself when we are talking about high resolution data, all these data will have to be provided to all the researchers as well as citizens, and then huge data will be there. So getting the data, utilizing the data, and then analytics of the data has to be provided to the citizens by all of us. So I think we will discuss about these things in this panel. So I will request panelists for the maybe initially we can have a 5 to 7 minutes. They can talk about what they think about this thing. Then after that we can have the discussion. Thank you. We can start with the MapMyIndia. Nikhil is there.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, you have created a very nice context. The topic of geospatial application issues and opportunities that we see. And in fact, you covered everything, sir. The point I would like to make is more in terms of its usage. So I will start with who are the users? And there is a hierarchy of users. And the second, then I will switch to the different level of processing to make it amenable for use for a particular application or use cases. Then I will go more in terms of the segment applications, in which segment it is consumed and how. Then I will go how it is going to be used by the government, the businesses, and the end user. And then what are the tools and technologies? So I will just try to put that into 4 or 5, if you will, sir. So starting with the user, the hierarchy is very simple. There are creators, like Department of Space is a creator, whether it's a satellite data, a lot of vector data, whether it's used in hydrology project or disaster management, a lot of different layer of information is created. So one application starts right from creation when we start creating it. MapMyIndia also creates a lot of data based on different usage. The second is the presumer, and that's where the dynamics start coming in now. They are not the actual user. They are creating certain application, and they try to extend geospatial context into it. Now that's where the issues and opportunity come in. Issue is if somebody has data and somebody is creating application where he's just trying to create locational context, then he should be able to extend that into an application. So it's a big opportunity for application provider like us, data creator like us, and it's also issue of how we are going to extend that. So I'll talk about that. The third aspect is the beneficiary, the actual user, which is the consumer. So in the user, the creator, the presumer, and the consumer. These are the three. And the second and third requires that we democratize the data, we commoditize the data, and we make it accessible at the minimum level of cost. So the affordability part. And I will talk about, not in just a motherhood way, but how technology can help in doing that. Because sir, in your slide, I saw 2, 3 things: tools, information system. These are the things that you talked about. So I will try to correlate all these 4 or 5 facets from the tool side, from the platform side, from the technology side. The third aspect is when we talk about businesses, government, and consumer, what are the areas that they are using it? So if I talk digital transformation, it's a buzzword these days. What is digital transformation? We are transforming the way we are working. We are conducting business. So if I'm a supply chain company, I have to optimize my logistics costs for taking one goods from one place to another. If I'm a mobility company, I need to know where is my asset and how can I dynamically optimize my entire assets to make the maximum use of it, to drive efficiency and profitability, to lower down the carbon footprint. So that's how businesses use it. The government, of course, sir, has already covered everything, right from natural resource management to disaster management, almost everything. So I'm not going to, but the other part of the business which I would like to kind of allude on is the smart governance. How we are extending those services which has location context, be it property taxation, and it's already in use. since I'm talking about geospatial application, I have to talk both something which is in use and something which is a challenge that needs to be accentuated upon. So a lot of things are already happening, and we are very happy to see the application growing because of some of the issues that were there traditionally is no longer there. But coming back to that, so smart governance, safe city, enforcement, secure city, these are the things which I am finding a lot of use. And the last part is when I'm a citizen, how I'm able to use these services, not only for consuming it, also providing feedback and making it far more accentuate, far more specific for me. So I'm able to interact with these systems. And then the new age technology which are in use, like 5G, which is going to transform, and the way we kind of pass through this huge issue that we had in last year and a half of Corona, and still we could manage to continue our business, is because of the 4G was in place. And how 5G is going to be enabled by geospatial location. When you see the short wavelength, and we have to see the line of sight, and putting up RF antennas in a way, geospatial comes in a big way, providing the textures of the buildings to multipath, everything. So that aspect of 5G implementation, which is going to be one of the great priorities as we move in next couple of years. Now, all these 4 or 5 facets, what binds it? So the first and fundamental is the data. Now, the data sources could be disparate, something like satellite, which is a big source, of course. Then we're also now seeing dynamic data, which is also changing with respect to time, and which comes in not only from one type of sensors, but multiple type of sensors. The sensors like GNSS, optical sensors, satellite, drone-based sensing, all that, inertial sensors, but multiple types of radars, synthetic aperture radars, to simple sensors like smartphone, which is also required to push in this application when we are talking about high definition positioning. Now, so this whole amalgamation of different type of data set requires that we not only capture and create, but ingest it as we move along at a real-time basis. And that is where the concept of digital twin comes in, which is, getting your geography from the scratch in a real view, and which is dynamically changing with respect to time. Providing that notion of digital twin is one of the important aspects of data. So when we are talking of this ingestion of data, I come to the processes part, which is you should be able to very easily capture it. And whatever has been captured and through which you have built this foundation, we should be able to ingest different and disparate type of data into it. Then processes, data manage it, and then be able to make it ready for visualization and analysis. And once we have done the level of analysis we required to perform, we should be able to disseminate it or extend it. Now, this brings in the notion of digital integrated platform. One single platform, and when I say one single platform, does not mean that every country should have only one. I mean one platform which is integrated with data, with the foundation level, readily accessible and ingestible ability with different business layers, depending upon the specificity of a particular application. On top of it, different kind of AI, ML, and all kind of tools required. Then we should be able to provide intelligence into visualization and analytics, and then be able to share it. So this integrated, interoperable, open, scalable, and transparent platform is what is the opportunity, and is what has been the challenge. And we are very proud to say, as MapMyIndia, and we have extended a lot of such platform-centric application, be it Woven, be it CBDT, be it GSTN, all these national level platform required this notion of integrated, interoperable, geospatial location-based platform. And this is what is I was trying to say that earlier we had a lot of issues related to policy, and Sir alluded on that we already have a guideline which is not translating into a proper policy, which has opened kind of everything. Now that we have data in place, now we have this platform in place, it doesn't stop. And on the third most important thing, the will from the Indian industry to actually execute that now. is nothing stops us in extending this whole aspects of opportunity and put it into use. Thank you, sir.
Good, actually, a very good point you brought about. First thing is creation of data, then comes the application. Who is doing it, putting to the information, and MapMyIndia is actually doing a great job by putting that information to the actual users in a very, very simple way, so that and we also have a cooperation with MapMyIndia and with us with that also.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Yeah, we'll come back to this. Yeah. We'd like to hear from Devin. Your point of view, please. Asri.
Thank you, sir. I'm Devin from Standpoint, not
Standpoint, sorry. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you for having us here. See, in my point of view, if I just give you a brief of the way this entire program kind of started, I would like to go to vision of I think India's founder, or I would say founder of ISRO, or father of space technology for India, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. That for us, I think once he famously told that we have no fantasy of landing people on some other planet or trying to know about other planets, but our whole vision is how do we make space technology more usable for the society at large, more usable for the government at large, and how do we make India self-reliant using space technology. So if we take that vision, which was probably a few decades old, and try and kind of combine the scenario that we are into right now, then I strongly believe that any time could have been better than it's now. I think there's a right time based on few different kind of things which are playing out together. In my opinion, geospatial ecosystem, or say geospatial industry, or for that matter, that application usage is a different kind of inflection point as of now. Mainly because of there are 2 or 3 different things which are playing out. One is geospatial technology or application is no more an historical analysis tool or a planning tool which does all the planning, gives all the planning input based on the historical data. It has already become a kind of mainstream application which is used for kind of real-time decision support. The way we have seen it, it is spanning out in smart cities, the way it is being used in safe city, way it is being used in a lot of disaster management application, way it is being used in, I would say, the way it was effectively used during the COVID response management. It is more of a decision support tool rather than a planning or historical analysis tool. Why it is made feasible is one of the major factors is that amalgamation of multiple technologies. The way Nikhil was also explaining, see, when we talk of IoT, the way we talk of space technology, the way we talk of how the mobility has changed, the way data is getting ingested into the system, has really given a different paradigm to the geospatial application. So then now you get a real-time data, you get a data which is from the space sensor, what's a remote sensing sensor. When you put this thing together, you get a different kind of contextual analysis for you to take a real-time decisions. However, the second important paradigm to this is to make this as a real decision support system. What we really need is a high throughput data, high resolution data at very high frequency. Now, here comes the second place, that is the new space policy which has been announced by Government of India. What it has done is it has allowed private sector participation into the space program. So what it does is it drastically reduces the entry barrier for the private sector or private entrepreneurs with an innovative idea to participate in this growth journey. Earlier, there were a lot of entry barrier for the private people to really come into the sector and do that value add, even though they have very innovative ideas into it. Now, with more private sector people coming in, what it will enable is most application-specific satellite or application-specific sensors to give you that high throughput data. When that high throughput data is amalgamated with the other sources of data, it is where it will start making a lot of sense. One, policy initiative. Second is that the way industry, or I would say technology trend is developing and the way it is converging. Then you take a third paradigm, that is basically the opening of the geospatial data policy. A lot of data which is getting captured on the ground the data which is coming from the remote sensing sources and the technology, this thing, all these three put together is really created a different kind of feel, or I would say a different kind of background for geospatial technology or geospatial application to really be a mainstream application. When you keep all these things into perspective, and we take some example in terms of where all geospatial technology or application is really making a big play. If you take one example of just a simple application of geospatial, that is routing and navigation, it has completely changed the way we do the business, today the way we manage our travel, or today the way we manage our logistics. Just because there is a combination of the mobility and geospatial. Similarly, today, if you take an example of amalgamating IoT with geospatial, you take an example of a lot of data coming in from weather sensors, a lot of data coming in from the weather satellite, and then try and take a geospatial information or a spatial data and create a model to do a lot of disaster management, prediction, or kind of a landslide kind of prediction in near real time, or a very, I would say, a short-term forecast, which has the potential to save huge, not only lives, but lives, property, and many more things. This entire thing is really changed the way we use the geospatial in today's context. One more important example, I would not take much time on that, but because I'm sure one of my co-panelists will speak more about it, but nevertheless, agriculture has a huge potential for all the kind of technology intervention. The particular problem which India has in terms of agriculture is that it is a very, very low or very small farm holding by the individual farmers in the country. Now that makes it very, very unaffordable for them to use any of the technology intervention. But when you look at geospatial at large, what it allows is to that it is really trying to put together the things at a very large scale, at a state level, or say maybe in some of the places at country level, to actually allow a specific technology intervention, which is a combination of geospatial, which is a combination of certain remote sensing algorithms, along with a local IoT sensor networks. And then if you are able to create that entire technology piece as an advisory to the farmer, which really helps them to create a kind of scenario, take the kind of proactive actions, and which will, I'm sure in coming future or in next couple of years or little more than that, it will have a huge impact in the way farm productivity is getting improved in the country beyond what we can even imagine at this point in time. Second most important aspect we have seen is that mapping of various asset classes, specifically in the rural India or a rural part of the country. A lot of assets which are lying, which are neither monetized nor it has got any specific economy value. It is definitely exists, but does not have an economy value, which gives a rise to a huge informal economy, or I would say parallel economy. With the intervention which is getting planned as of now in terms of geospatial intervention to map these assets, use remote sensing solution to ensure that these assets are protected, and at the same time this asset integrity, whether it is a land or a property, is maintained by periodic intervention through remote sensing. What it does, it gives you a very, very authentic and accurate data point for the not only government as well as but to the asset owner, so that now this entire asset will be able to monetize for the larger economy benefit, and that will definitely open up a huge economy value add for the country by bringing in all the asset into a very, very formal economy. Now, when you combine a few things, include farm production output, way we protect our country or kind of society from the disaster, way we monetize the entire asset base that we have, and then it is when you put that into a 360-degree view, that is where it is really started to make a huge impact on our overall economy, and that is what the potential geospatial application has in terms of creating a long-lasting economic value addition for the country, not for the near future, but going to the long. It is enabled by the two landmark policy of the government, and the technology trends. I can quote many applications, the list can go on. But in a brief, if I have to say, when we put a special context to any of the analysis, it brings out the insight which was completely invisible in a normal data analysis. So that is where that value at which geospatial application is bringing. And we have seen the unique proposition with the availability of the required data sets, high frequency, high throughput remote sensing data, and ability of the technology to exist in a heterogeneous environment, make use of allied IT ecosystem like IoT framework, blockchain, AI/ML algorithms, and we put everything together. Then we have already seen the way things are drastically changing in the way we are using these technology pieces together, like in urban space, in smart cities, in safe cities, in many water resource management, natural resource management, all put together. I think it's a really an exciting time for to be in this geospatial ecosystem in the way we are able to make a lasting impact for the society and the country at large. When such kind of initiatives are taken, one big thing which it evolves is the public-private partnership, and the way InSpace is mandated with, the way NCL is going to create a supporting ecosystem, the way these policies are spanned out, it is really going to eliminate the kind of entry barrier which people have or entrepreneurs have in terms of really contributing to this entire geospatial ecosystem. And nobody can be a better example than ScanPoint or our product IGIS, which is basically has been the best example of how the scientific capital of ISRO, a know-how that exists within ISRO, is coupled with the entrepreneur's skill as well as vision to create a truly indigenous product that is integrated GIS image processing software, that is IGS, our product, which is right now contributing into more many places, whether it's in urban, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's forestry, land records, and it's kind of contributing into shaping the geo-enabled India from our side. And if I just sum up, I think there cannot be a better or more exciting time than this. And for geospatial industry, it just reminds me of a small Bollywood song that Abhi to party shuru hui hai. I think this is the right time, and probably we have many more things to, many more heights to scale. And with the help of ISRO, InSpace, I think we are really looking forward to an exciting time for geospatial ecosystem at large. I think that's it from my end, sir.
Thank you, Devin. Actually, very nicely you put out. Because IoT is one of the things, it has to be combined with the geospatial. Otherwise, the geospatial data is not at all that much useful in the direct way or maybe immediately. Sure. So many people, I think we'll discuss later on also how it is being used in the summit. You talked about the weather forecasting. Some people are using it actually really for the IoT power. Maybe presently the local scale, but it has to be built in the very, very large scale, and maybe that there we need the innovation and industry participation more and more, so that each small scale farmers and all those, they can be utilize it and they can be get benefited. Yeah, those were some of the points. Anyhow, yeah, we'll come upon that. Yeah, now we'll from Esri, who was there? Krishna Rao? Or? Yeah.
Dr. Ish Mohan Bahuguna from.
No, Esri. Ish Mohan Bahuguna
Okay,
from
Mr. Krishna Rao.
Yeah, Krishna. Afterwards, we'll take Dr. Bahuguna, because first just industry, then we'll come to the Dr. Bahuguna about the after this. Yeah. Krishna Rao. Krishna Rao is not there.
I think we can move to Coco.
Yep. Okay, Coco, just Dr. Baguna, we'll listen now that what is the application from the Dr. Baguna. Then we go to the Coco. After industry, we'll go to the just about that what other applications.
Good afternoon to chairman of this session and other panelists and the organizers of this conference and discussion. At the outset, I want to thank all of you for choosing me also as one of the panelists in this session. Now, since I come from the same background as our director NRSC from the remote sensing, in fact, I've been working with him only. So most of the things as far as remote sensing and geospatial technology is concerned, they have been covered and summarized by Dr. Rajkumar, chairman of the session. And I will not go into those things because he has covered almost everything from what is happening in ISRO as far as geospatial technology is concerned. But I will just keep my views of one or two in briefly that what I think out of my experience over the years, it may not necessarily be the my view of totally ISRO as such, but because I've been working in this field. So how do I feel like participation of the entrepreneurs, private entrepreneurs, then industries, etc. in this kind of efforts. Now, first of all, I would like to tell that during a national project of ISRO, Integrated Mission for Sustainable Development, IMSD, in 90s, lot of opportunities were given to private sectors in geospatial technology, and they had contributed by making maps, etc., and analysis, etc. They had participated, but yes, they were also they were trained by ISRO as such. That was the time. Now, what I want to say that there was a time that remote sensing or the geospatial technology was going in the test phase in the before 2000. That was for 2 decades. It kept on going for test phase. We were penetrating into the various departments and into ministries to get certified that what we are doing is useful to them. And we were trying to convince them. Something got moved and something didn't. Like that was the stage. But in the last 2 decades, there has been, it has been a development stage for geospatial technology because many satellites, new sensors had come and new technologies have emerged and lot of data has emerged. Because of that, this came into the development stage and it moved further. But now the time has come after this development stage, that today we are in the operational phase of geospatial technology. Parallel development may be going on, but in the sensor development, in the software development, in the application. But today we need to know some answers from geospatial technology. Government wants to know, yes. Now, for example, I'll give 3 examples for this, that what is the requirement and how our and only the government organizations cannot fulfill this requirement because it requires a lot of experienced manpower, experienced people. Then we require a lot of infrastructure in terms of storage of the data, the software, etc. So what we require is parallel raising of some institutions, maybe outside the government, who can support such kind of efforts. So I will give 3 examples. Government has committed that FCC that we want to restore the land by 30 which is about 30 million hectares by 2030. Now, to start with, where do you want to restore it? Where is the data? Who has created the data? whether the data which is already created is enough, is sufficient to take such policy decisions. And if the policy decision has been taken, yes, ISRO has these kinds of atlases or the maps, on the basis of which you can say, yes, we have some degraded land in the country which we want to restore. But locally, where do you want to do? That those maps will not suffice the purpose. So you require high resolution based large scale map for that. Do we have those things? No, similarly, we might be having in some cases, but in some cases we might not. So like that, what we require to have is the parallel institutional development to fulfill these needs. Second example, I will not go into much examples, that is national wetland inventory. Now, wetland inventory is a wetland we had mapped long back, ISRO had mapped. Now, again, government wants, where is the wetland? What is the status of the wetland in India? Whether those wetlands have been reclaimed by some people, by business people, or those are still, or they are increasing or decreasing, or if decreasing, why? Who has taken them? Who has reclaimed them? And where are those wetlands gone? These kinds of geospatial data are required in the country at the very high level of the government. But at the same time, we also require to have very ground level information that where is the wetland. Suppose you see a very report of that, you cannot reach to that point where that wetland is reclaimed or not. So you require very high resolution map to keep all this data, high resolution data of the world. Now, as far as data policy is concerned, now everything is open, no borders, no limits. So now anybody can download the data and keep it in the storage. So like that, the requirements are increasing. Now we need to have more platforms for online visualization and geospatial analysis. ISRO was demonstrating the use of this so far, and it has also gone into operational level, but also demonstrating. So what we now want is the the support of industries and private industries to fulfill those needs, which within the government setup we have limited resources, etc. But so like that, we have to go ahead. These are few points, but at the same time, what will happen now? We are only talking about geospatial technology. Geospatial technology is going through a path. Just imagine it is going through a road. It is going through a road, and that road takes it gets bifurcated, two divergence. One road goes to the it goes to the societal needs and societal benefits, where immediately we require, as the chairman of the session had shown, the land use, land cover map, etc. Today, suppose we need to know what is the land use of the country, and like that we have to make some decision, etc. So that geospatial data goes into that requirement, where immediately we need to know. The second road is going to the understanding of the Earth system. That is, there you immediately do not fulfill the need, but scientists need to know need to understand the system of Earth, and in order to do so, they need to know that they need to do geospatial analysis. And for example, I'll give you because I've worked in glaciers, I'll just give you an example of glaciers. Because you have large number of glaciers in the world, ice sheets, etc., and they are decreasing. Whenever I hear any lecture, they say that this area is, in this area maximum glacier loss is being seen. So when we have the geospatial data, scientists will get an opportunity to see the effect of warming is uniform, or it is especially different in the world. So that goes as a part of understanding of the Earth system. So both the uses are important, but there is a common point up to which geospatial technology will go together, and then it can bifurcate into that. And so there is a lot of scope for private industries, etc., to participate in such programs at the data acquisition level, as we know about the drones and the structure from motion techniques, etc., or earlier it was called as photogrammetry. And similarly, data analysis level, where we know AI and ML techniques are being used to address, and even in the crop classification. Then is the application stage, where there will be a development that at the ground level, how to take our geospatial data for the benefits. These are my views and based on my experience, but may not be all the views are correct, but I was just trying to express my, whatever I felt in this panel of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Babuna, for your expert views on this geospatial data with experience being in ISRO. Thank you. I think we'll come back again on these topics. First, I'd like to now go to the Coco for her remarks on the Netherlands Space Office, what is being done. We have a lot of cooperation with the Netherlands in the many satellite-based inputs, mainly on the weather forecasting related winds and all those. So I'd like to hear Coco more on this geospatial analysis.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for inviting me. If it's possible, I would like to share my screen, but I don't have the rights yet. So if someone could give me the rights, I would like to share my screen, but for now I'll just start. First of all, okay, I get the rights. So 1 second, I will share my screen. There we go, I think. Yeah, so thank you very much for inviting me. I will talk a little bit on, stimulating the use of satellite data from a government perspective. My name is Coco Antonissen. I'm an advisor on satellite applications at the Netherlands Space Office. Yeah, and like I said, I will talk briefly, I think 5 minutes, about our implementation of the space policy. So basically, what we're doing is we approach this from different perspectives. From a process perspective, what we're trying to do in the Netherlands is finding potential use cases to see what is of benefit for the Dutch government in all sorts of themes. So energy security, but also spatial planning, air quality, and so on. We also provide data, or we help commercial businesses basically to find the right data that is available. I will dive a little bit deeper into this later on. And we help commercial businesses to find the right financial instruments to help them working on this innovation. And basically, our objectives with this are to stimulate the use of satellite data within the Dutch government, and with that to improve the governmental processes, but also to support businesses. So let's start with data. There's a lot of data available, open data, also commercial data, and that's amazing. Of course, we can all make use of that. Either it's free accessible or we pay for commercial data. What we've decided in the Netherlands a few years ago is to collectively buy that commercial data, the very high resolution data, for the Netherlands, because we realized that for some use cases in the Netherlands, a very high density populated country, that sometimes the open data that is available does not have a high enough spatial resolution. I will show you an example. This is an image of the Sentinel open data, 10-meter resolution of the city center of The Hague, a city in the Netherlands. And if we then look at the same location with higher resolution, then suddenly we can distinguish all the roads, all the buildings. And you can imagine that for some applications, it's very useful to have this very high resolution data. So that's one of the things that we provide to support businesses, basically, and to also stimulate the use of the services that these businesses provide, because they can create more meaningful business services, basically, for the Dutch government. We're also looking into we're trying to find use cases, and we do that. One of the things that we do is by talking on the benefits of space data in all sorts of conferences, and something like this. Last year, a lot of it was online, of course, but usually we also go to conferences in the Netherlands to talk to the government, potential end users on how they can use satellite data and what are the benefits for that. So basically looking for potential use cases on all different teams, like I said before. And then once we found like a potential use case with a potential end user, we help businesses to find the certain financial instruments that they can use to work on innovation, because very often something that the government wants, businesses can provide it because they have amazing capabilities, but it's not ready yet. So they need some development time. So one of the instruments that we're using is called the SBIR instrument, Small Business Innovation Research. Basically, this is an innovation company competition in which we challenge companies to send in their solutions, and they basically are in competition with one another to work on this solution. So it's really the purpose is to look for solutions to societal challenges, but also to stimulate commercial businesses, and in the end, the government can act as a lead customer. And yeah, so this process of finding potential use cases together with the data, and then an innovation competition like an SBIR leads to demand-driven satellite applications, and really helps businesses to create or develop services that are, but there's also demand for it. And with that, I think I would like to conclude already a little bit on the future. I think, this is maybe a bit obvious, but I think in the future, there will be more data, both open data and more commercial data, which again, really helps businesses to create new services. Resolution will probably also increase and it will be more affordable. I think also the connection to the end users there's still some room for improvement, because a lot of potential end users are not aware of all the benefits of satellite data. So it's something that we're also really working on. And of course, there will be more commercial businesses, probably more competition, but which also makes it maybe more interesting for governments to invest and also to get the benefits. And of course, we are looking forward to work together. Then in my final slide, I'll just share the link with you to our website, but also to the website of the NL Space organization or brand, where you can also find the NL Space directory. So if you're looking for any partners in the space industry in the Netherlands, please have a look here because they're happy to cooperate with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Coco, for a very nice presentation and talking about what the Netherlands Space Office is doing. Yeah, that is a very important point you have touched upon, to cultivate the users. Actually, there is a lot of efforts are required, and we have to actually make a real balance between what users would like to do. I think anyhow, after this talk by Pradeep and Mani, we will discuss that. What are the areas where we can think about that, where the industry will like to come upon and where the industry cannot, because some of the themes may be there where industry would like to have the more research to be done by the space agency themselves, due to the economic factors and maybe some other factors. So that also, I think maybe time is there in today's panel, we'll discuss those also. Thank you. Yeah, now I think we'll talk to listen to the Pradeep from the SETSUR, who is doing already providing a lot of solutions for the sustainable development as well as from the agriculture point of view. So I'm sure Pradeep will be talking about some of the solutions what they are providing and what next is now.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. May I request for a screen share option to be activated for me? While that comes up, thank you, sir, for having me on this panel. It's my pleasure to describe some of the work that SatSure is doing in the geospatial domain. Just to give a quick background of the company, I am one of the co-founders of SatSure and the CEO. Indeed, SatSure is truly the outcome of Indian Space Program's recent initiative. Me and my co-founder both are from the first batch of Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology. And as it happens, more than almost 20% of our current 60-member team happens to be from the same college. So I seem to have got the share access. Yes. So in the next few minutes, I'll just walk everyone through some of the applications that we are working on. Quite a lot has been already discussed regarding crop mapping, regarding high velocity time series analysis, and in the mapping geospatial domain, I think MapMyIndia and IGI, specifically Stanford GL, they are doing some great work. Now I'll be focused more on some of the AI-led applications on cloud, how we have scaled to work operating in 10 countries now, customers in 10 countries with a very small team of 60 people, which is fairly international, meaning that we have a combination of people from India, outside of India, from different organizations, and it's an interesting mix that our specialization of people have come from ISRO, even NASA, Surrey Satellite Technologies, Planet, HDFC, and like financial services like HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank, etc. Just to give a background of what we are doing, and this follows from what was discussed in the previous session, we are making that data from space consumable. Now we have too much of data today, with the open data programs from Copernicus, Landsat, a lot of data layers provided through Bhuvan, and again, trove of data sets on weather, on everything has spatial context, right? Even a tweet has a location context to it. So geospatial is everywhere around us. What we are doing is we have built an engine which can essentially ingest all of that data sets, properly, manage that data in databases, different kinds of databases, process them, analyze them, and then push them through very simplified consumable end user applications like mobile apps, web dashboards, BI dashboards, etc., which are interconnected and sitting on top of other enterprise applications like an SAP or Oracle, etc. Some of the applications where we are working, so this is like a connected space where climate change and anything related to climate connects the work we are doing in agriculture and infrastructure domain, whether it is farm credit risk assessment, insurance specific claims assessment and portfolio monitoring services, building footprint or drought and flood emergency response services. All of these things are catered to by our product suite with the data engine being Sparta, Saksha Skies and SageWing enterprise softwares. Some of the examples of what we do for our clients. Now, so I remember Sir mentioning about analysis ready data. So this is what we have done with Saksha Sparta open data platform, where we have kept a lot of the data open with the data pipelines being built on Sentinel-2, Sentinel-1 and Landsat 8 here. Information services such as when to sow, whether to apply crop protection, where to lend, whom to lend, how to provide timely insurance claims, all of these can be extracted from Sparta. We have all the APIs provided, APIs documentation. We have a web dashboard like what you see here, where the data can be, data is available for multi-years up to a farm level, and anyone can come and build on top of this platform. However, we have made sure that there is a troubleshooting support, etc., which kind of attracts the new age, developers who are interested in geospatial, have the computer science background, and are looking to build new applications. At an enterprise level, we are working primarily with financial services. So, for example, we are aiding banks in providing disbursing loans faster. We have created multiple products, of which one of them is a farm score that is a supplement to a CIBIL score for farmers in order to do the assessment of the land, its history, its credit worthiness in a very short period of time. It's an instant report generation on the mobile app itself. Similarly, we are assisting banks also in loan recoveries, not just in loan disbursements, where we are able to monitor their portfolio at a customer level, to a regional level, to a entire country level, where the information, both financial data as well as the geospatial data analytics that we are building to identify and categorize risks are converged and pushed through a mobility application suite, so that people can have a customer connect and recover the loans in a timely manner to avoid non-performing assets increasing. But we are not working in agriculture domain. We are working a lot also in the infrastructure domain. For example, identifying changes in buildings and roads at scale. So, for example, the level to which today we are able to detect these kind of changes is like, even if there is a land being dug, the small columns that are coming up, we are able to identify that construction change detection is happening today at scale, completely powered, you built internally by us, and it feeds different kinds of applications. From a bank's perspective, it feeds the property and mortgage lending, loan disbursement monitoring, like the linkages on the milestone payments will be as per the plans of development, so you can identify the developments. As you can see in these images, these two images taken at two different instances, and we are identifying that those changes in the colored portion as it is shown. Similarly, from a construction material company's perspective, these kind of changes at scale, when you combine them, it gives them a sales demand propensity signal. And we are empowering such enterprises with geospatial software, meaning that we are not building a GIS software. These are all on-demand query-based systems where you subscribe to certain regions and you observe these kind of changes, where the data pipelines are built at the backend. And this can go and run on any other GIS application as well. So we are essentially making all this inspection very easy and not requiring any specific GIS skills. You just have to go in a very user-defined manner that this is my damage area, or this is my obstruction detection area, etc. And such kind of capabilities we are also applying in very critical infrastructure domain. Like we have a partnership with the Airports Authority of India, where we are doing airport perimeter monitoring, electronic obstruction detection, and aerodrome database augmentation, so that the air traffic management in the country and also internationally, once it is deployed completely, can take the 4.0 turn with geospatial data as an integral part of it. And it's not just that we are finding applications of geospatial data. Indeed, at SatSure, we have filed for 5 patents in the last couple of years only. All of them in different domains. For example, one of the key areas of collaboration with insurance companies for us is a daily farm level soil moisture data. Soil moisture at 20-meter daily basis for 10 years, which in itself is today competing with a Dutch company's offering, which is at 100-meter spatial resolution. And we are taking the we are taking the international companies head on when it comes to to not only doing innovation but also commercializing those innovation. So things like drought index insurance and a new kind of parametric insurance development is where such products go from a design of that parametric insurance product perspective. Similarly, in one of the most unique services we have, this is another patent filed and data available through Sparta. We are able to reconstruct pixel by pixel Sentinel-1 microwave data into Sentinel-2 multispectral and RGB data, which is using a type of algorithms called GANs, generative adversarial networks. What it does is that even if you have cloud cover, I know just using SAR, you can still assess the vegetation and classify paddy in terms of crops, but it becomes difficult for non-paddy crops. So if you are able to generate the NDVI signal to do the crop phenology mapping, which only happens when you have the multispectral data. So this image reconstruction helps you to do that data gap filling, especially during cloudy seasons. So this is again available as a unified data service. And also we have been working on something called image super resolution. Now this is not image fusion. Super resolution is where you take a higher resolution data as an input and then create a new image from a lower resolution data. So if in this instance a 10-meter pixel of Sentinel-2 is taken as an input and Landsat data at 30 meters is converted to Sentinel-2. So this is again a very interesting service for unifying the data platform, because all the public data sets are in different spatial resolutions. Their bands are in different wavelengths of here. So for example, and all of this leads to certain differential assessment, like a NDVI of Landsat or MODISat Sentinel-2. Those all interpretations will be different at the same value. So and the last but not the least is our daily flood assessment service, which is again combination of Sentinel-1's active microwave data and passive microwave data from other satellites, plus the rainfall and DEM data which we are getting from ISRO, DEM, the CARTO DEM service there. So this helps again in the rapid assessment of flooded areas, crop damage, and we have been working with states as well as with insurance companies. And someone mentioned about IoT just like some time back. Indeed, Cisco and us have a collaboration at a global level, and there's a white paper published on it on how we have in Telangana and Kerala demonstrated using a combination of IoT and satellite images to scale the IoT services, especially from a soil, nutrient, etc. mapping, which is difficult using multispectral data without a lot of ground truthing. So how we are doing that is essentially generating IoT-like data using satellite data by taking the IoT sensors, which are placed in stratified, discrete points as training inputs. So this is again a very interesting use case, which has a lot of farmer-related advisory use cases. And there are so many others which can be done: surface water monitoring, carbon stock monitoring. We are not doing each one of them, but we are definitely exploring this as future options. But one thing we have to understand is all of this has happened because of so many different factors. The number of satellites have increased, the compute and storage cost on the cloud has plummeted. There is so much research that is today available on machine learning and deep learning applications on geospatial data. So all of these combined with the policy initiatives, the openness of the government to work with private sector, I think these are all winds that give rise to companies. And essentially the geospatial way is one of the most interesting ways, because its applications are infinite. It leads to basically in every industry cost efficiency, risk reduction, so much different market opportunities for them, a very unique kind of customer experience creation, and it's very easily scalable. It's essentially software, right? You don't have to invest a lot of money upfront. So as a next step, what we are doing is having a backward integration, meaning that at SatSure, we want to develop a full stack satellite technology firm, which brings assets in space, a platform running on the cloud, and enterprise software suite, servicing our infrastructure and agriculture product lines. So we announced earlier this year that we are launching the first of its kind AI on the edge driven high resolution optical satellite fleet. Indeed, we have also reached out to InSpace and NSIL for that. Our specifications and requirements on which we have already started the development of the payload, because we don't really care about the bus. We just have to make sure that our payload fits the available buses. So our payload is a bit unique in that way. It's going to generate, it's a lens-based one. Firstly, it's not a mirror-based one. And that's one of the reasons why we are targeting a very large swath data capture and at a resolution which is about 1 meter GSD in band. We'll have 7 bands, as we have mentioned: RGB, NIR2, Red Edge, and Coastal Blue. Coastal Blue, considering our work in the area of climate change and sustainability. And we are essentially configuring a vision processing unit to be put as an accelerator on the OBC to only downlink usable data and insights from orbit, rather than downlinking all kinds of cloudy data sets and spending money on that. So yeah, that's we believe that with that approach, we will completely change the way in which analytics from space is not just created, but also the experience around it, the costs around it, by giving the power of such data in the hands of common man, where you can have your insight within a day from the time you request some information. You're not just getting a satellite data, you're getting the final output from the software through us. So that's about it at SatSure. We are having an exciting time in our growth journey, and definitely look forward to such kind of encouragement from platforms such as CII and from organizations, parent organizations such as ISRO, InSpace, and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Very exciting presentation from your side, because you have taken from the geospatial, starting from geospatial and now going toward the building of the sensor itself of your choice, because otherwise sensor, whatever available, you have to work with. So sensor of your choice. And then I am sure slowly you will be coming to the ground station also, that what type of ground station, what type of downlinking are required, maybe in future, because all this opening up. So Your company and other companies may be coming up for that also. So whole solution can be made available. Very good. Yeah. So now our panelist Mani Thiru from the Amazon, we would like to hear her more about that because what everybody is talking about, the huge data is coming, but how to manage the data from this because nobody can have the data on their own system or maybe on their infrastructure. So cloud may be one of the thing where this is. So we'd like to hear from her more about that. What is AWS and what are their business interests and for the space based. Yeah, Mani, please.
You're on mute, Mani. If you can unmute yourself.
A different headset. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. That's
Yeah.
better.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. See, I'm a technologist and technology can still fail me. But I wanted to say thank you, Dr. Rajkumar. And thank you, Kavita. I love that this is the first international conference I'm attending. And my very Tamil name is being pronounced very correctly. So I'm super happy about that. And also for the last, gosh, we've covered almost 70 minutes already with so many of our panelists expressing such passionate views, really, about the liberalization of the mapping industry and the democratization of data sets that is it's seemingly already spurring domestic innovation within the Indian ecosystem. So I thank you for inviting me to participate today. It's wonderful to be here, even though it's COVID and I can't be there in person. I'm delighted to speak to you today. As Kavita mentioned earlier on, I lead the aerospace and satellite solutions business for Amazon Web Services across Asia Pacific. And I'll begin by giving a short sentence or short statements on my view on the potential for geospatial data and what we can do with it. A lot of the previous panelists have already mentioned it, so I'll keep my sentiments short. But all of them have commonalities in that space is critically important to so many domains now, from national security to scientific research to essentially economic prosperity. And Dr. Sivan earlier mentioned sustainability as a theme earlier in his keynote as well. That's something that I'm personally pretty passionate about. So when I see sustainability and space come together, there's a lot we can talk about for a while. So we all know that satellites are orbiting the Earth and they're collecting petabytes of data, helping our customers access imaging through services like Amazon Web Services Ground Station and making sense of that huge amounts of data. That is what we do at Amazon Web Services every day. So once all of this data sets, these massive geospatial data is in the cloud, we then help customers apply capabilities like data lakes, machine learnings, the advanced analytics and algorithms that are built into our services. So we transform Earth observation from using satellite images. We move into that analysis-ready data that's been referred to. And through Earth observation, really, we have the power to solve some of the world's biggest problems by monitoring change. And it could be climate change, it could be the health of our water systems. Nothing is impossible at this stage because the frequency of the passes that the satellites are making, the size of resolution, the kind of data that we're able to generate. Governments can use these data to get a complete picture for when a natural disaster strikes, when a hurricane or a flood strikes, and use that information to hasten recovery efforts. So we've seen all of the panelists have given different examples of how we can do this. I'll add a few more because I guess I want the audience to understand cloud is really accelerating a lot of these space missions or the use of data into tangible outcomes that impacts civil society, as well as companies that are trying to propagate more and more of these societal-wide benefits of Earth observation data. So we have a company in Australia and they're called Fireball International. They're literally capturing sensor data from space, so satellite imaging plus some ground sensor cameras, and they use AWS machine learning algorithms to basically detect bushfires or wildfires. And unfortunately, this is a very common thing in Australia. You've probably seen headlines around whenever we have those fires. But Fireball basically was born a couple of years ago, and they use this geospatial intelligence that they derive to predict where wildfires are likely to start. And within 3 minutes, they're able to alert authorities to such dangers, so they can evacuate citizens, they can move livestock. I mean, really, it's the kind of life-saving applications that we're starting to see. And I think we'll see many more. You know, it's really the power of geospatial data, space technologies. It's been sort of sitting behind within the privy of government organizations, defense institutions, but startups are coming into this sector. Public agencies are liberating all these data sets. And agencies are allowing access to anyone, any concerned citizen really, who wants to utilize, who wants to do good, I guess. So aside from saving lives, there are 100 other applications that we have so many different AWS customers developing. Pradeep talked earlier, our friends at Shachur are using AWS. That's running at the back end. We've been, so through them, we feel like we're able to empower Indian farmers, agriculture as a whole. And there are other partner applications which are very specific. So when we talk about, we have a partner called Gatehouse Maritime, and they use critical data analytics about ship monitoring, which they share with NOAA. That's the National Atmospheric, Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the US. And they do that to protect endangered whales near the coast of California. So saving lives, human lives, animal lives, ecosystem, that I think is the power of geospatial, unleashing the power of geospatial data through cloud, through machine learning models. And I think in days to come, there's unprecedented value here to be created for the Indian economy and for society as a result of making this data available for general use. I'm going to pause there because I'm very, very conscious that I think we were scheduled to stop at 1:15 and check with you, Kavita, if what we're planning to do.
I think if you finish, then perhaps Dr. Rajkumar could maybe wind it up.
Yeah. Yeah, you have something more or Moni?
No, I think I could talk for hours. What we might do is make a lot of the a lot of the information that we have prepared. We'll make it available at our booth. So if there are folks who would like to come and talk to us about the services and solutions we have in order to accelerate space missions, then we can do that perhaps in a different forum. I don't want to hold up your proceedings.
Yeah, just 2 questions because you were very short. What are some of the services what we are providing for the space missions type? Because one thing I heard, maybe I am knowing about that future mission might be called NISR. There, AWS is being will be being used, but otherwise other space missions, how AWS is being used?
Yeah, so we have deep and extensive experience in helping commercial and government customers. We help every facet of space mission. So from on-orbit design, on-orbit operations, from the design of a satellite through to the build, to the launch, connecting with the satellites, downlinking the information. So our services and solutions, they offer things like data lakes, storage, compute power. We have pretty resilient and secure satellite connectivity, artificial intelligence and machine learning. These are services which in a very meaningful way we utilize to drive innovation for our space customers. Ground Station, AWS Ground Station is another, it's a sort of a recently released, it's been a couple of years since that's been out. We have 8 ground stations across the globe. What is Ground Station? AWS Ground Station is a fully managed service that lets you control satellite communications. It allows you to process the data and it allows you to scale your operations without having to worry about building or managing your own ground station infrastructure. So essentially, we're helping customers get up and running without bearing the heavy burden of upfront infrastructure costs. So, you know, from a speed perspective, from a scalability perspective, and the ability to pivot your business model if you need to without having invested huge amounts into infrastructure, we're very lightweight. And I guess that's the kind of services that we offer. But in addition to that, what we have is a team. We put together, and AWS has stood up a relatively new team. We were formed in 2020. We have close to, and I want to say this is this combined industry experience. We have about 400 years of combined industry experience that we bring to the table. So the head of our unit is actually a retired Air Force Major General. So he's a Clint Crozier, and he retired from the US Air Force and US Space Force after 33 years of distinguished service. And before he stepped down, he actually spent 18 months standing up the US Space Force. So he's generally referred to as the architect of the US Space Force. So he's the head of our unit, and we think there is no one who can help AWS transform the space industry and move us forward. So what we feel we have is amazing expertise and an unmatched portfolio of cloud services, which allows us to provide our customers with really comprehensive set of mission solutions. Does that help, Dr. Rajkumar?
Thank you, Mani. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, very good actually. Yeah. Sorry actually because time is almost over, but 2 minutes. I would like to first thank all the panelists for a very exciting session. Because what we are initially we thought we will be having some discussion later on also, but presently we cannot have. But I would like to sum up like that. When we are discussing from all these panelists are talking about, we are going from the micro to macro, each and everything, because earlier it was used to think that space can have only the macro scale, because if you want to go to micro scale, you cannot have a very, like Satsur was talking about, the farm level solutions. But nowadays using the combination of the data, like anyhow spaceborne data is there, you can do up to a certain level. But if you want to really go to the very, very high resolution, or maybe the very local scale, you need to evolve the data from the maybe the aerial or maybe the unmanned vehicle, and some of that's IoT based. All the things has to be combined, and it needs the technology of each and every whatever we talk about, from the Map My India location-based service are very, very important if you come upon that, and from the scan point, what the IGIS Deven was talking about, and Satsur anyhow full solution they are trying to provide with the, all these data sets. One thing really I think very exciting time is there when more and more industries are coming together with the ISRO. And then we will be having looking for the more cooperation and anyhow with the availability of a lot of data now in very, very near future we will be providing, and then we will be hearing very exciting and innovative applications also. Whatever the applications, anyhow some citizen centric applications are presently going on, but some innovative applications always, because of the brilliant people are there in our industry. So they will be coming up the solutions which will be benefit all of the citizens as well as all industries also, and maybe many other agencies. One thing it comes always in my mind, because I am from that beginning itself, I told, from the weather forecasting point of view, as some of you are working itself. One of the thing AI and deep learning is taking a big way. So I think and it has a huge data, because data itself is, we cannot say what only so many layers in the atmosphere, ocean, because it is there. In the AI, if we can develop some of the things, and which is really very, very useful for the country also, like weather forecasting, such type of thing, local scale, if we can do with the inclusive of the modeling, what is being done in by the agencies, operational agencies, and then a hybrid of this AI and deep learning, that will actually help, but not only the forecast thing in the weather, but many other industries like agromet and all those things and other energy, everywhere it will be helpful. That is just one point. But anyhow, this is panel discussion was actually very exciting. I also learned a lot from all of you. Thank you. Thanks all of you for participating there. Thanks from my side.
My sincere thanks to all the dignitaries, to all the panelists, and especially Dr. Rajkumar for your time and valuable insights. Thank you to all the speakers who have joined us and shared such valuable information. With this, we come to an end of this session, and we will start the next session at 5 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks, Kavita. Thanks, guys.
Thank you all. Thank you, Kavita. Thank you. Thank you.
A very good evening to all the distinguished panelists. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. A very warm welcome to all of you as we begin our session on research collaborations and building technological capabilities for industry in space. Before we begin, I would like to request all speakers to keep their mics on mute and unmute while speaking. And I would also request the speakers to kindly keep their videos on. The session will be chaired by Mr. N. Sudhir Kumar, Director, CPPO, ISRO Headquarters. Mr. Sudhir is responsible for capacity building in the areas of research and academia interface, startup incubation, industrialization, indigenization, technology transfer, IRP, technical infrastructure, and outreach activities of ISRO. The other esteemed speakers of the session are Dr. Bala Muralidhar, Chief Scientist, TCS Research. He is Head of Robotics and Autonomous System Research Area, TCS Research, Bangalore. He has over 33 years of research and development experience and leads several collaborative research initiatives. He has received TCS Distinguished Scientist Award in 2020. He is also the recipient of 2 Tata Innovista Award and the Serial Innovator Award from Tata Group. Dr. Ashwini Ratnu is our other speaker. He's the Associate Professor from IISc Bangalore. Dr. Ratnu works as an Associate Professor at the Aerospace Engineering Department, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. His research focuses on guidance and control of aerospace vehicles. From 2019 onwards, he's been serving as the convener of ISRO IISc Space Technology Cell. Mr. Joji J. Chaman, Deputy Director, IISU ISRO. Mr. Chaman has done his BTech in Mechanical Production Stream from NIT Calicut, and he's an MTech in Manufacturing Engineering from BITS Pilani. His areas of specialization include manufacturing technology, design and development of inertial sensors, space robotics. He was awarded in 2013 the prestigious Vikram Sarabhai Award instituted by PRL and 3 times awarded with ISRO Team Excellence Awards. He's also responsible for 2 patents as well. Then we have Dr. G. Ayyappan, Chief Technology Officer, IIST. Dr. Ayyappan is a liquid propulsion rocket specialist and a launch vehicle systems engineer of repute from ISRO. He is expert in project management, launch vehicle design, systems reliability, and quality assurance. Dr. Ayyappan was with Vikram Sarabhai Space Center for more than 37 years. Mr. Gurvinder Singh, Head SCL ISRO. Gurvinder Singh, as a Group Head of Electronics Fabrication and Testing Group at Semiconductor Laboratory, Chandigarh, is responsible for assembly testing and packaging of CMOS and MEMS devices. He is involved in realization of different types of devices like microprocessors, SRAMs, data converters, power management devices, application-specific integrated circuits, systems in package, multi-chop module, sensors and transducers. Then we have Mr. Dinesh Kumar Singh, Deputy Director, SAC ISRO. Mr. DK Singh is the Deputy Director, Human Spaceflight and Advanced Technology Area at Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. He has rich experience of 30+ years in the domain of design and development of onboard systems for communication and navigation satellites. We are also joined by Mr. Tirtha Pratim Das, Director, DTDI. Dr. Das is the Director of Science Program Office, ISRO Headquarters in Bangalore. Dr. Das started his career in ISRO as a launch vehicle technologist in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and contributed to the PSLV and GSLV missions. Subsequently, he played significant role in planetary exploration program of ISRO and contributed to the scientific exploration of Moon and Mars in Chandrayaan-1 and 2. Mars orbiter missions in pursuit of disruptive technologies in ISRO. Dr. Das has also been instrumental for the development of disruptive and futuristic space technologies for the new decades. We are also joined by Professor Virginia Kilborn, Chief Scientist, Swinburne University, Australia. Professor Kilborn is Swinburne's Chief Scientist working to further education, research, policy, and equity in Swinburne and beyond. She is also a radio astronomer with the Center of Astrophysics and Supercomputing at Swinburne University, where her research interests include tracing galaxy evolution by studying the neutral hydrogen gas in galaxies. She is surveying the sky with the next generation radio telescope, such as Australian SKA Pathfinder and SKA in the future. We're also joined by Mr. Alfred Stein, ITC Twente. Professor Alfred Stein is the Professor of Spatial Statistics and Image Analysis at the Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation University of Twente, the Netherlands. He received the MSc degree in Mathematics and Information Science with specialization in Applied Statistics from the Eindhoven University of Technology, Eindhoven, the Netherlands, and the PhD degree in Spatial Statistics from Wageningen University. At Wageningen University, he worked for 15 years at the Department of Soil Science and Geology, and later at the Department of Mathematics and Statistics. Mr. Stein has an honorary position at the University of Pretoria and University of Cape Town, South Africa. I would also like to mention that we are also joined by a very special attendee, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman InSpace. So with that, may I now invite Mr. N. Sudhir Kumar, Director, CPBO, ISRO, for his opening remarks, and would request him to kindly take the session forward.
Thank you, Kavita. Our panelists are very superb people having enough experience in all the fields. You call it as satellite applications, launch vehicles, semiconductors, then professors from IISc leading our space technology cell. Tirth Pratham Das, who is the space science expert, who is leading the future, let us say, innovative programs. DK Singh, who is specialist in the especially space application payload area, Guruvinder Singh. So we have an excellent panelist. Only thing is the time is short, 1 hour, and I think in this session most of the speakers are there. I think we should do justice in another couple of minutes, maybe probably I think out of enthusiasm, if couple of minutes is exceeded, probably I think CAI should give us that leverage. I especially welcome Goenka sir to witness us, our proceedings, and keep guiding us in future. I request you to share the button for sharing. To start with, leaving the commercial aspects to the industry, I think the main mandate of ISRO could be the research. That is where the research and the development is becoming the prime part of the ISRO in the coming days to come. And research collaborations and building technology capabilities for the industry would be the buzzword in the years to come. I think this is what the expectations of the government. Without much details, I just jump into the presentations to show a couple of things for better communication purpose. The Indian perspective could be all along we have been 0.7, in the GDP is rising, growing at the same rate. R&D expenditure is also growing, but consistently at 0.7%. But the target would be taken as 2%. That's what the immediate short-term target of the government of India. I think ISRO is not different from other departments. I think one of the biggest scientific department who should get into the grooves of the expectations of the government. And if we see the central government expenditure sector-wise, the central government is, even though the major chunk, the private industries are also equally competing with the central government. That is one area to be noted, because we should encourage the private industry to take part in the R&D front. Recently, Principal Secretary of the Scientific Advisors Office has led scientific technology strategy groups, where we are participating in several groups. The emphasis is the line organizations have to take lead and demand the different technologies from the S&T organizations, so to leverage the industry as well as the research in India. That was the motto the India government has taken, and all these S&T organizations are falling into the same expectation. These are all the 12
PPT mode, please.
So can you put it on a full screen mode, your presentation?
Is it okay? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yes, it's fine now.
The 12 departments of DRDO, DOS, the contribution wise, ISRO is standing second. But of course, as the emphasis goes, I expect that this share is going to pick up more in the days to come. And of course, the R&D publications, if you see, continuous rise is there. But compared to the world standards, it is still we are not the ones leading the international scenario, but publications also have to improve. That what the institutions have to come forward and pick up the scientific areas. And also to the patents. Patents are also, even though we stand around 43 in the rank in the world ranking, but of course one interesting point is in the India, 62% of the foreign countries are registering in the Indian subcontinent, whereas 38% only contributed from the Indian patents. So taking this clue, a lot of government programs have been conceived by PSA's office. One is like S&T clusters. There are 5 clusters have been constituted, where we are part of the Bangalore cluster. Several programs like One Health, so many programs we are taking as a part of Bangalore cluster. And this cluster concept have to be propagated to all the cities to capture the local talent in the S&T areas, in the research areas. Of course, National Research Foundation is one the topic we had also participated in the recent meeting organized by Ministry of Expenditure and Ministry of PSA's office, where the Honorable Finance Minister has announced 50,000 crores fund for spending in another 5 years in the national important R&D projects. And we are also demanding bit, let's say, towards the fab establishment, composite fiber, such kind of technologies. ISRO is also taking up with the NRF PSA's office. But coming to the ISRO has got 4 verticals: space transportation, space infrastructure, capacity building, and space applications. Our gamut is confined to these 4 core areas. And towards that, the SSLV is one activity which ISRO has taken up for facilitating the small satellite segment, launching from the industry. The technology is almost converging into. Next is Gaganyaan. You know, this is the prestigious project. ISRO is day and night, day and night they are working to fulfill the dreams of the scientists. Then another semi-cryo technology increases the capability of current GSLV Mark III vehicle to almost 75 tons to GTO, inducting semi-cryo stage. These activities are also the research work also in the verge of conclusion. Soon the stage will be inducted into the launch vehicle, so that we need not have to depend on the foreign sources for communication satellites launching. Of course, reusable launch vehicle to reduce the let us say the cost of the launch and for improving the capabilities towards the human space mission. The reusable launch vehicle technology demonstrator was demonstrated. Now ISRO is working on the full-scale model. Then air breathing engine is another very important technology, has been acquired on the proto model, which has to be scaled up. The effort is on. Then TSTO, which is another development. Then towards self-sustainability and self-sustainability for heavy lift launch vehicles in the future to come, we are going for a fleet of configurations which will take around 16 tons to the GTO. They are all in the project report stage. Probably I think the days to come, we can see this kind of heavy launch vehicles. In addition to the launch vehicle technology, satellite subsegment also, the ISRO is dwelling on. I think more will be told by Dr. D.K. Singh and Dr. Ayyappan. The deployable antennas, TWTAs, battery is very important. Morning also, Sir Goenka sir mentioned about lithium and battery. So that activity is also going to be taken up. Atomic clocks, deployable solar panels, the self-reliability and self-reliance on the battery solar panel development. We are working with some industries to have our own solar panels manufacturing. Fiber optic devices. This is the new technology. Slowly all ASICs and other things are getting converted into wire technology, copper technology to the fiber optic devices. ASICs and MEMS sensors. These are all very important. Morning also in the inaugural speech, several speakers talked about the ASICs, MEMS and sensors. Miniature avionics. These are all some of the research areas probably ISRO is interested to dwell and pursue. Probably subsequent speakers from ISRO, they'll talk more about these technologies. Of course, the materials is a very important part of the technology development, which will reduce the, let us say, dead load or the structures. so that we can improve the payload capacity. So ISRO is working on carbon fiber technology, ceramics for the reusable applications, etc., etc. The days to come, the technology roadmap is something like that. I think my colleague, Dr. Das, will spend more time on these technologies. And what we do at capacity building of ISRO, we interact with several institutions. In the names of several platforms have been conceived, like regional academia centers, space technology centers, space technology incubation centers, STCs, like that, several institutions. This is the total map of different collaboration with different premier institutions across the country for carrying out research and development projects in a very systematic mode. And almost we spend around 20 to 25 crores on different platforms for the research alone through the academia. Of course, Respond Basket is a very popular document which is published by ISRO every year, which gives the list of topics for any institution to pick up and have a collaboration with us to carry out the research. Similarly, technology transfer is the very important domain where ISRO is involved. Different technologies developed across ISRO centers will be made available to the industry, Indian industry. We have been very closely working with Invest India as well as AGNI to popularize these technologies through NCL. Indigenization is another very important area where, as far as the material and mechanical systems are concerned, almost ISRO is self-reliant to the extent of 95 to 98%. Whereas in the electronic front, we do depend on the foreign sources to the extent of more than even 50%. When once these kind of technologies have been adopted by the Indian industry, we probably reach a stage where we can be self-reliant in the electronic front also. Thanks a lot, because I don't want to take much time. Probably I think I want to set ball rolling so that the other speakers would spend more time. I request panelists to confine their talk to the maximum of 5 minutes so that we can spend some time for the questionnaire, and remaining things, let us see how best it can be utilized. So next, I would request Mr. Balamuralidhar from TCS. Is a very interesting part. We had initial discussion. I want him to share his thoughts so that how he can benefit the technologies from the ISRO, or he can contribute to the ISRO's space domain. Mr. Balamuralidhar.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great honor for me to join in this session. And so basically, with the opening of private sector towards the space applications. So what many of the companies, many of the institutions like us are really looking at, the kind of research and technology capabilities what we have already in the AI, ML, robotics, data analytics, and sensor technologies, and then many other related technology areas. How do you really repurpose them for in a space kind of applications? So that's an opportunity coming up, and we do see a lot of opportunities there coming up. At the same time, also to develop and then leverage some of the intellectual property and the technology that has been developed in our research framework. And so this is something basically really looked at, and how do we basically see the opening area of the space technology. For example, look at the demand for even from the Earth observation satellite perspective, you need to have high resolution and 3D perception, and then need to decide and distinguish between materials and their components, and also to look at the dynamics of the system, Earth systems, and then all these need to really happen. And how to really enable the satellite systems through advanced constellations in swarm technologies, and then also looking at the larger aperture by providing for both these swarm computing operations, and also using multiple data sources with multiple sensing technologies, which basically contribute different aspects of the Earth systems. And then how do you really fuse them and also increase the eventual resolution of that data? So then the dynamics perspective, basically looking at how do you use the various kinds of interferometry techniques, whether it's the INSAR, DINSAR, or a PINSAR kind of things specifically for the coming up in the SAR data analysis. And then even from the SAR data perspective, there are several innovative thoughts basically coming in. How to use multi-static systems basically to look at creating a multi-view and then integrating. Also combining with an active illuminator, and then basically using a low-cost array of the passive radar systems, radio systems, basically to observe, to bring in high resolution, and then many of this objective, what I mentioned there. So one area what we're really seeing is surely from a processing side, the use of AI, ML, and then also the temporal and then on the spatial processing, putting it together is basically adding value. Subpixel processing and then compressing some of these techniques, basically adding next level the dimension with a more cost-effective manner of computing. And another is the hardware perspective. If you really look at when you have the onboard computing that is really required, orbital edge computing, you need to have much more power efficient systems there. We see and then we explore quite a bit of technology using the neuromorphic computing there, which almost provides 1,000 times advantage in the power, and basically building more power efficient system, neuromorphic, and you have spiking neural network technologies there. That is one area. Other is specifically on the communication side. There is a core requirement of using compact antennas. The metamaterial based antennas basically can bring in much more flexible antenna designs, and at the same time looking at the 5G advancements in the NTN standards what really coming up, and then which makes the whole satellite systems integrated to the ground systems and terrestrial systems. So orbital, other than the orbital edge computing, you'll also see that there is a lot of potential to be adding the ground stations. The network of ground stations with the advancements of compact ground stations with the cloud integration, and this basically brings in the virtualization and many of the technologies that has been seen in the 5G and then the cloud computing can be brought together, and even integrating with blockchain kind of systems to collaborate and then work in multitasking and then multi-agent and multi-owner environments. So these are some of the other technologies surely you can really look at it. And lastly, I would also mention that the opportunity for space robotics. So some of the robotics experience and then how do you really repurpose for using in a space robots for specifically for assembly and then even the maintenance and then that kind of an activity, how do you do? But at the same time, one major challenge is basically the upcoming the number of satellites in space, and then there they are end up as debris. So this debris removal, debris handling is also a major challenge. How do you basically bring in these kind of technologies? And then we are working in quite a few in these areas specifically. So there the major challenge is that, okay, these are the technology. Now, how do you really make it the circular? That means basically that not only developing and creating intellectual property and technology, but need to be really validated, deployed, and then need a good research and then deployment ecosystem, which one may not really able to do single-handedly. So in that way, you need to work together with the academics and then other industry, also guiding institutions like ISRO and governmental support also to encourage this. I stop at this point. I know that the time is limited. Probably we'll take it up some of the question session. Thanks for this.
Thank you, Mr. Balmurali. I think you touched upon artificial intelligence, 5G standards, then blockchain concepts, especially to the remote sensing applications. Hope that with the TCS knowledge and the experience would definitely benefit building up the gaps which are available and bringing out some innovative concepts in the remote sensing technologies. Let us hope for collaboration in future. Next, may I request Dr. Ashwini Ratnu from IISc Bangalore, who was a very close associate of ISRO in all our space technology cells. Over to Mr. Ratnu.
Yes, thank you so much. Can I use my presentation slides to...
Kavita, can you share, please?
Yes, we'll share the rights just now.
Yeah, thank you. I've got it. All right. Can somebody confirm whether my...
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, we can see.
All right. Thank you very much. So in the next few minutes, I'll be touching upon the academia's role in building private space capacity. All right. So very interestingly, from an, I'm just starting this with a quote that from an academic perspective, it can be more interesting when things don't work. But from an industrial point of view, that's not always a very interesting thing. So, of course, we are looking at two different entities, but there is a lot on offer if there is a synergistic collaboration of academia and industry. This is something that all of us know, that, you know, it is essentially a collaboration where we look at a common problem, funding resources and collaborative work, and then, of course, the company is looking for business profits and benefits, whereas researchers are looking for publications, and overall this the value is added to society. Now, we do have several inspiring stories. For example, computational fluid dynamics, internet by satellites, and my colleague just now touched about artificial intelligence and its role, for example, in safety critical systems, space robotics, and so on. So these are some areas where there has been a lot of effort from the academic side, and also the technologies were developed to the full potential. And just to name a few, in the area of CFD, computational fluid dynamics, we do have several startups from the Indian Institute of Science as well. And of course, there is enormous amount of effort which is currently invested by people in academics in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So what we believe is that we ascend through co-creation. So this has to be a very synergistic collaboration, and we can look at it from a rigor relevance paradigm. For example, the technological ideas that are sound and rigorously tested and peer reviewed. So the technology has that kind of characteristic. So that element is very important, and academic research is essentially built on those pillars. And the other aspect that comes from industry is the relevance of that research. So this is essentially these two elements making this co-creation happen. As my colleague already touched upon, we are certainly looking at technology hubs and entrepreneur for enhancing this entrepreneur ecosystem. And in this, one thing that I would like to point out is that this interaction has to be very close and also structured. It's not that a scientist or a researcher has a solution and then you're trying to force fit a problem, but this is essentially a structure in which you interact right from the beginning and through the various stages so that you at the end meet your goals. Just a very brief overview of space technology cells. It is very important to note that ISRO has been very proactively engaging the academia in India, as was covered in the earlier slides. So the Space Technology Cell at IISc was the first of its kind, established in 1982, and it supports a wide range of activities across various disciplines. As some of you might be aware, we have various departments in the science and also in the engineering division of the Indian Institute of Science. Of course, we have a formal memorandum of understanding for IP funding and management issues. Till date, we have completed close to 470 projects, which cover a wide range of topics. Of course, I would not be able to talk about all of that, but starting from more conventional aero and aerospace kind of problems, moving on to the newer technologies, including piezoceramics and deployable structures, photodetectors, hypersonic combustion, and many more, as you see on your screen. All right, and I have just picked very few of these technologies which have come to fruition, and they started with STC-sponsored research. So one of our research groups, headed by Professor Charlie Ruman in Aerospace Department, is looking at indigenously developing HAN, which is a green propellant. So he has a few patents to his credit, and he is already working very closely with LPSC and currently supplying HAN to them, and also he collaborates with Bellatrix Aerospace, so there is a private angle to it for the last few years. Another instance is where fabrication of lightweight and very small aperture tunnel, what we call as VSAT antennas. Again, we have Professor Venugopal Santana, who is looking at millimeter and sub-millimeter scale structures being printed. And currently, this effort is also supported by TCS Innovation Cell. So we do see that entrepreneurial ecosystem building up. And very recently, there was a call for proposals. And this was one of the proposals which is now currently under investigation. And the project will start very soon. The other example, the last one that I want to showcase, is the Shenzhou the Tech Private Limited. So we, of course, at the Institute of Science, we have a very intense effort on miniaturization and sensor development. And this particular effort on using graphene nanocomposites for cryogenic sensors was proposed by Professor N.S. Dinesh and Professor K. Rajanna. This again started with support from ISRO through Space Technology Cell and related activities, and now they have their own startup, and they're currently looking at sensors for measuring other quantities like strain, pressure, humidity sensors, and so on. So in a broad philosophical sense, what is the role that we can play? What is the role that academia can play? We have to appreciate the fact that there has been decades of effort that some of these academic experts have put in building their research expertise, and this can be leveraged through either consultancy or sponsored research framework. Now, you may imagine that a lot of the private players or industry getting into space-related problems, but there is an expertise which exists. So we need a sophisticated framework to leverage that. We also hear about a lot of these new companies, the quote-unquote, the aggressive management policy. So there again, if you want things to move very fast in startups and otherwise, you're looking for young experts. So we have, for example, the Institute of Science has the mandate of producing world-class PhDs, and fresh PhDs can really make that difference, because if they are hired by industry, then they come with that know-how and expertise, and that can really be the shot in arm for the industry to get into specific projects which are related to space.
Professor Rathu, kindly summarize.
This is my last point. Formal interaction with institutes like ISC and IITs, which I think is already happening. There are a lot of innovation centers, for example, the TCS Innovation Centers and others, which would foster this collaboration further. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Ratnu. I think he has summarized a very research model in a sensible way. In fact, IASC should say that ISRO took birth or took the seeds from the Professor Satish Dhawan, who was as well director of IAST. In addition to that one, two important startups, Bellatrix as well as Digantara, was rolled out from IASC. That is very happy to announce. And we have a very close relationship with IASC through STC. Thanks a lot, Professor Ratnu.
That is right.
Now,
thank you so much.
We will move on to Dr. Joji Chechaman. He is a space inertial systems expert from IISU for his perspective.
Yeah, Madam, can I share my screen?
just give you the rights. Thank you.
Kavita, you can just priority, you can give the rights so that 1 second we can save.
Sure, sure.
Are you getting my slide, madam?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We are seeing you.
Okay. So just.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
now it's done.
Now
Yeah.
it's come.
Just a minute, let me put it in full screen mode.
You can put it in full screen, yes.
Yeah. I hope it is clear now.
Yes, it is clear.
Okay, thank you. So respected chairperson, eminent panelists and participants of this session, though the title of the current session, that is research collaboration and building technological capabilities for industry in space, is close to the field of my experience and interest. Some of these focus technology areas are not. Nevertheless, the dynamics of the research and industrial collaboration remains the same for all technology areas, whether it is quantum computing, synthetic aperture radar, green propulsion, or inertial sensors. I am sure respective field experts of this session will be able to cover specific technology areas with more clarity. To start with, I Googled the term research collaboration and tried to find the accepted success criteria. Google came up with a number of research papers on research collaboration itself. In essence, the following are the conclusions. See, the yardstick of a successful research project are the number of papers published and the number of citations each of them received, and the yardsticks of a successful collaborative research project are number of co-authored papers and again the number of citations in each. But I have a slightly different story to tell. As mentioned by Kavita, I am from ISRO Inertial.
Some networking issue, I suppose.
Some connectivity issue.
Yes, it's frozen. I suppose we'll just wait for a second.
Maybe a connectivity issue.
Yeah, can we go to the next speaker by the time? Probably, I think Dr. Jogji can join.
I think he's back now. Oh, no, he's not.
Okay, we'll move on to next speaker, Dr. G. Ayyappan, who I think.
Yeah, I would like to share.
Yes, we've just informed. We'll just give you the sharing rights.
Okay. Dr. G. Ayyappan, he was a very successful program manager, handled several projects, and he's a launch vehicle man. Let us listen to Dr. G. Ayyappan, who happened to be technologist turned academician. After his superannuation, of course.
Yeah. I hope the slide is visible.
Yes,
it is.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
And chairperson as well as the fellow distinguished panelists. As the chairperson has already indicated, after my 38 years of research and development experience in Vikram Sarabhai Space Center as project director, GSLV Mark III, program director, space transportation, as well as associate director, I have moved over to Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology as professor and the chief technology officer, fostering the research activities between ISRO and IIST as an academic institute. Today, what I thought is how to build the technological capability in the industry. That means each industry in India has to become like an ISRO center, either a satellite center or a launch vehicle center. That is my futuristic vision. so that so many ISROs will be there in India. So that how we can have that particular process. So I will go on to next slide. Yeah, you can see.
Yes.
How we can have this partnership between industry and academia. Why I am writing all these things is, with my experience as a project director, I have been interacting with so many academic institutes as well as industries. And most of the industries were concentrating on their manufacturing processes. And now they wanted to become an end-to-end capability for space technology, realization of launch vehicle from conceptual design, configuration design, system engineering, manufacturing, assembly, integration, checkout and launch. Then what capability they need to build and how they can build in my own thinking. So as everybody knows, creating skilled workforce as well as advancing research and knowledge, it is not a simple task. That is a continuous task one has to take in a dedicated manner, either in an industry or an academia. So combination makes accelerated development of technology breakthroughs. So that is my vision. And you can see once this space technology, which is a very high technology area, multidisciplinary area, and there is no room for failure. The space reforms, whatever we are aiming now in the ISRO, and how to build this end-to-end capability to the industries. So finally, when the end-to-end capability is made in this industry, we will be able to get work-ready talent, specialist knowledge base, as well as when the students from the institute is coming out, they will become industry-ready students. So these are the two thinking process. So, and the training for theoretical design knowledge. Today, the industries should take part in the process of getting more and more theoretical knowledge, so that collaborative research in academia in the key areas of R&D from industry and capacity building at industry, and that will also become academia capacity also. So the framework of industry academia linkage in research, strong collaboration with a focus on innovative investment, increase research capacity, industry people, and no, my thinking is more and more research graduates should come out from the industry and they can join in the academia for the space related field, get the hands-on experience in the theoretical and the research experience, and they can take part in the industry as a person for doing this design and developmental activities. For example, IIT Madras and IIT Bombay research parks, both are successful model, and today we are hearing 5 new research parks are going to be announced. IIT Delhi, and IIT Hyderabad, and including Indian Institute of Science. Our professor Ashwini Ratnu may be knowing more. Here, what I wanted to highlight here is the manpower resource in an academic institute compared to a industry. It is an unlimited potential. Undergraduate, postgraduate, and researchers are there. Nascent mind is there. They will be able to absorb more in a very fast track mode, and we will be able to get them into the industry as a industry ready manpower. So industry academia partnership exists already in so many forms, that is work study programs or curriculum advisory boards or guest lectureship, etc. But we need to have a focused attention here, that is identifying the groups and opportunities for growth. Then and That is very important because of the present day space reforms needs faster, cheaper, and a reliable model here. So the focus points is, as a general module, my suggestion is the space science and technology area for getting the knowledge base in aerospace vehicle design and analysis, satellites and payload module system engineering, space and design applications area, and design analysis, etc. There must be a constant drive from the industry people to move a relation between industry and academia to build this theoretical knowledge. And specific modules also I can suggest, because when the industry is making a launch vehicle, to clear a launch vehicle through the readiness reviews, flight readiness review or mission readiness review or launch authorization board, so that the ISRO facility will be utilized for launching, they need to present it to the committees different theoretical backing, so that they will get the rockets or satellites gets cleared by these boards. So that is, for example, NC analysis, non-conformance analysis. Presently, ISRO people are only doing. They have to build capability at the industry. So for that, my suggestions are sponsored PG programs, sponsored research students from the industry. Already Larsen and Toubro already started moving in this line, and they have positioned on PhD research scholar in Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology in the launch vehicle design area, and theoretical workshops and seminars in a more constant fashion. So
kindly summarize.
Yeah. So my thinking process is, they can start a design house in the academic institutes, industry specific courses for skill development, periodic industry academia meet yearly or half yearly, and requirements targeting fast induction of international trends to Indian products with a focus to make made in India products globally competitive. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think Dr. Ayyappan has brought out very important points. Being space is a niche area, many of the industries, they're all not generic technologies or know-how available with the industry. So that is why the mentorship is very important to impart to the industry. That is one component. In fact, the Secretary DeVoe also in the morning, he mentioned very precisely the technical know-how, the technology transfers. We should ensure that it will reach the industry so that they'll be developing themselves at par with the ISRO or space qualified industry. Thank you, Dr. Ayyappan. Now, I don't know whether Dr. Jochi Chaman has come back.
He had come back while Dr. Ayyappan was speaking.
Okay, fine. Let us see at the end. Next, we go to Mr. Gurvinder Singh, who is head of semiconductor laboratory. Is very important, rather center for us for developing several semiconductor devices. Go to Mr. Gurvinder Singh.
Yeah, Kavita ma'am, can you please enable the share button? Yeah.
Yes, we are just doing that.
Respected Sudhir ji, Director CBPO, and the other panelists of this session too. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. So as the in the inauguration session also, and Sudhir sir also emphasized on the semiconductor development for the space electronics. So in this such collaboration and building technology capability for industry in space, so I will discuss about the development of microelectronic circuits for space use. So at Semiconductor Laboratory, so our main emphasis on the research and development of this in the semiconductor field only. So in this, we have developed the different semiconductor technologies, order of 3 micron, 2 micron, 2.8 micron. Presently, we are working on 0.18 micron technology, and SCL has delivered the many number of application-specific integrated circuits and MEMS devices for high reliability application to different ISRO centers for the different ISRO missions. So at SCL, we have a full capacity in one campus from design to product delivery. So it is generally known as IDM, Integrated Device Manufacturer. So from where we have from raw wafer to we have a design facility, we have fabrication facility, we have test facility, assembly house, and then we have a quality assurance to deliver the final product from raw wafer to processed wafer to final delivery of the devices. So we have a different device categories like power management devices, standard digital and interface devices, data converters, memories, CCDs, charge coupled devices, application specific integrated circuits, and MEMS sensors and transistors. In power management devices, we have different type of devices like LDOs, load regulators. These are different varieties from starting from the low current to very high current, and we have a capability to build the like octal core LDO. So where the 8 core of the LDOs are in one SoC. So we have a standard digital interface devices like which are used in the different buses for interfacing to the satellite and the launch vehicle. So we have a buffer, transceivers, different type of devices. So we have a high-speed elevated driver receivers which can transmit that and receive the data at the data rate of 1 Gbps data rate. So in data converters, we have a data converters for a low frequency like oversampling type of ADCs like Sigma Delta ADCs, deconfigured data acquisition systems, and MCRDAS where the number of ADCs and like this MCRDAS where the 16 ADC and 32 DEX are combined on one single chip. These are the pipeline ADC which are very high speed ADCs for 14-bit linearity and 14-bit, 12-bit up to data rate of 10 megasamples per second. And we have a voltage signal processors also, which are used in the for CCD applications in satellites. In memories, generally we have SRAMs that are static RAMs that are of 2 MB SRAM, and we have a asynchronous, synchronous, and Red Hat type SRAMs are available with SCL. So we have a CCD and that detectors also. So we have different type of CCD like frame transfer CCD, 3D CCD, ICs, LAs, and silicon photomultiplier. So many of the detectors are flown in the some missions of ISRO, and many are planned also. So our main role is application specific integrated circuits. So in this we have a application specific devices like this is CMOS camera configurator. This is flown in Chandrayaan, and we have a variety of Vikram processors, 16 SO system on chip, and MCM multi-chip module. So these are already flown in the in launch vehicles, and this Vikram 32 that is 32-bit processor. So this is planned in future missions. So we have onboard controllers. So different versions of onboard controllers are there. We have a NAVIC baseband receiver also, and we have a modem indoor unit. These are the different type of ASICs, like this ASIC 3, ASIC 10, Kalpana. This is 32-bit processor. So these are the different type of ASICs which will be used in different applications. And under the India Chip program, we are collaborating with the institutes also, and this where the institutes are designing the devices and fabricating from the SCL, and fabricating, packaging, testing, all the things are done at SCL. Like this Ajit processor we have done for IIT Mumbai, and the Shakti processor. There are 2 versions of Shakti processor, E class and C class. So this we have made for IIT Madras. In MEMS, we have different type of MEMS devices like pressure sensors and this temperature sensors, accelerometers. In pressure sensor, we have a cells pressure sensor cell, we have analog output pressure sensor cell, digital output. We have different variety of pressure sensor ranging from few millibar to up to 70 bar of pressure sensors. We have a temperature sensor, acoustic sensor, capacity. Means in this also some of the devices are already flown in launch vehicle. So as I told that we have a full capacity at SCL from starting from design, fab, and this test and assembly. So in test we have a different type of testing equipments, digital and mixed signal testers, probers. From DC testing to up to gigahertz testing, we have a full capability we have for the testing capabilities. In packaging, we have a qualified packaging line as per MIL standard 38535. So we have capability for DIP, CLCC, CQFP, PGA, MCM, different type of packages we can package, and we have a design facility also for package design and for taking care for signal integrity and all the reliability issues. We have a dicing, die wire bonding, all the full chain is there for packaging and assembly also. And reliability and quality assurance, because all that devices which are going for this satellite or launch vehicle application, this has to go for testing for as per the MIL standard 883. So we have a different type of chambers and vibration test systems, live operating test systems, pen test. We have a ionizing radiation chamber also for this TID tests. As I told that we have a collaboration with the IIT, NITs, and Research Institute. In this, we have a more than even 70 institutes with our collaboration has in field of research, design and development of processes, device design, device models, raw materials. So in this, we have a collaboration with all major IITs, ISC Bangalore, ISER, BITS Pilani, NITs, CSI lab like CSIO, CIRI, ISC, CMTI, IMTech, CDEC Bangalore, and different universities also we have a collaborator for a different application, means development and design of the devices.
Gurvinderji, kindly summarize.
Yeah, sir, in as a raw material to the fab, there are different like 36 type of chemicals and 32 type of gases. So we are with that help of research institutes and industry support, we have realized some of the chemicals and we have initiated the gases also. So we have engineered some packages also with the industry support in India, like this 144 converter to 140 QFN plastic and the CQFP to 1 BGA ball grid array package. So where the cost of drastically gone down. So one package of ceramic package in order of 25,000 rupees per each package, and this come to nearly 500 rupees per package. So for ground application, we can use this plastic package, but for this higher level application, the ceramic will be required. So we have engineered some of the parts also with the industry supports, like this water cooler triad and this arc chambers and this diaphragm for oil filled pressure sensor also. So on this, I'm concluding my presentation. So with this industry and education institute support, we have developed many applications. So we have a lot of applications are there where the industry and this institute can support us. So I go back to Sudhir sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it is one device unit where production goes along with the R&D. I think SCL is doing fantastic job. And recently we had concluded the ASIC requirement for next 5 years. A lot of load has been given to SCL based on the requirements from the centers. I hope Gurvinderji will raise to the occasion and meet the expectations of ISRO. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, yes.
We'll move on to Dr. DK Singh, Deputy Director SAC, who is very responsible for very critical satellite payload application equipment. Over to DK Singh.
Thank you, Sudhirji. My fellow panelists and participants, this is my pleasure to talk at this occasion. The theme is very aptly chosen, looking at the pace of space technology moving at the global scale, and the private industries, they are leading the race, and they are deploying the complex space system, making it operational, giving services directly to users. Now, same time, space industry in India too is passing through a very, very defining phase, and a rapid transformation from a parts and subsystem production partner to a complete solution provider and system developer is taking place. Now, this is not a small thing, migrating from a subsystem and part provider to a complete solution provider. This will need a lot of cutting-edge multidisciplinary technologies to be developed through R&D in industry. Such things are generally the forte of government-funded labs like ISRO and other research labs across India. Now I want to put my views forward on how the industry can cope up with such thing and take this opportunity which is knocking the door. I think there are 6 aspects which needs to be addressed. One is high-tech infrastructure. Second is human resources and skill sets. Synergies with other sectors. Early entry in the emerging technologies. Strategic collaborations. And finally, the bottom line is economic viability. So let us take the high-tech infrastructure aspect. Now, this is capital intensive, as all of us know, and this has always been this obstacle for a proper infrastructure being funded by any private player. So there has to be a proper incentives to be given for such investments, which if somebody is making the investment on the space tech infrastructure, they should get some government benefits which will enable such things to happen. Of course, sharing of government funded infrastructure is definitely there, and ISRO is anyway supporting those things. However, there can be a generic common resource pool which can be thought of, which can be centrally created and maintained for the industry looking at the demand. Coming to the human resources and skill sets. Now, by pumping the money, you can always get the infrastructure. But getting the proper set of human resources is not that easy, especially in the domain of space technology. So ISRO hand holding is always there. Now, you need a lot of areas, like you need core R&D for the technology level, system engineering level, system integration level, high-rel manufacturing, and so on. You also need the supply chain managers for the space systems. You need the different kind of project management skills. So there is a need of a common platform which has its own commercial model to fill this gap. However, till then, ISRO or other agencies can support the industry in bringing the proper skill set. Then third important thing is synergy with the other sector. Now, the economy of scale, if you want to achieve, space technology has to be closely synergized with aerospace and defense technology. That is one part. The second part is now looking at the new space, where you need the massive LEO constellations to be deployed, be it for the Earth observation, be it for the communication. So you need something like a great synergy from the automotive sector, like automobile sector, where you have the robotics batch production line and conveyor belt kind of concept. So the space industry can have a synergy with the automobile industry, and converse also is true, like the pilotless car is coming. So there the space technologies can play the key role in the low latency communication with the pilot cars and providing the precise navigation to those cars. So there can be a good synergy between these two sectors. Now let us talk about the early entry into the emerging technologies. Normally, there is a great risk when somebody wants to enter into a early emerging technologies, but the gains also are huge. So now today, if we say that the quantum communication, quantum key distribution, space-based quantum key distribution, etc., they are coming up, and in future they are going to change the way the banking transactions are taking place, the way secured communication is taking place. Free space optical communication, space-based hyperspectral imaging, and so on. There are so many technologies which are at their early stage or semi-matured stage. If the industry enters into that, then there can be huge benefit. Now, going further, you need a strategic collaboration. National level, international level, industry, academic, government, all these three agencies needs to collaborate and bridge the gap which exists in industry. Now, economic viability is one of the most important thing, because ultimately the self-sustainable model has to be self-funded also. So the customer should fund the space, which needs a very different kind of approach from industry, that there is a strong marketing wing. They directly go to the customer, tell them their benefit, make the products space-based technologies affordable, and one point they provide solution to the customers. Customer need not go to the multiple places. So I conclude with this, that I have the firm belief that we are entering into a very, very dynamic phase of a space era. A lot of global opportunities are knocking at the door of Indian industries, and hope they will grab this opportunity and move forward and achieve the greater heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DK. I think you have summarized it very nicely. The not only the strategy, how to enter, the risks that are involved, as well as the challenges behind the industry. Probably, I think it is they should get into the shoes, understanding the criticalities that are involved. I hope the industry knows better than us, but anyhow, highlighting the specific things is our responsibility, and take their hands into our hands and guiding them probably to see a different space domain. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think Dr. Joji Chairman is back. Sir, would you like to start your presentation?
Yeah, yes, sir. Sorry, I had an outage actually.
Oh, sure, please.
Yeah, so I was on my second slide. So yeah, so basically, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, sir. Can you put it on full screen mode?
Yeah, okay, fine. So actually what I was telling is I have Googled this research collaboration aspect, and what it came up with is the yardsticks of successful research collaborations are the number of papers published and the number of citations. And for a collaborative research, it is the co-authored papers and the number of citations which is received. But I have a slightly different story to tell. As mentioned by the Kavita, I am from ISRO Inertial Systems Unit, where we are interested in inertial sensors, systems and actuators for both spacecraft and launch vehicle applications. We do have good exposure to collaborative research, especially in the development of inertial sensors, that is accelerometers and gyroscopes. So here there are 4 case studies of collaborative research, 3 of them on accelerometers and 1 on gyroscope. In short, we have here 2 successful and 2 not so successful projects. First one was a double-ended quartz tuning for vibrating beam accelerometer. The research collaboration was successful. Sensor was developed and was flown in GSAT-4 mission. However, production could not be sustained due to lack of a good industrial partner. Second is a quartz pendulum for a high-end servo accelerometer. Research collaboration was partly successful. However, IASU has vigorously pursued the development, and currently it is a workhorse sensor for all ISRO missions, and presently being offered under license production to the industry. Third is a MEMS Coriolis gyroscope. Research collaboration with the Sense Lab of Indian Institute of Science was highly successful. Sensor is gearing up for its first flight and is a potential candidate for industrial production. The fourth one did not pick up well at all. From this experience, the following conclusions are drawn. A better yardstick for a successful research project could be a project which leads to a useful end product, and that for a successful collaborative research project could be a collaborative project which leads to a useful, marketable and sustainable end product. From our experience, for any successful product development through collaboration, at least 3 committed contributors are needed. They are: 1, the academician who does the theoretical work and support prototyping, a technologist converting theory into an emerging an engineering design and in space balance, a flight-worthy product, and then the industry which does the mass production and the marketing. Now we come to the second part of the title, technological capabilities for industry in space. We at IASU had many successful industrial collaborations, and from this experience, for a successful industrial collaboration, industry should be fed with market-worthy design for production, and design shall be well matured and based on well-established technologies which could be transferred to the industry. Further, if needed, industry shall be supported with the technical infrastructure till the time they become independent in production. It is a responsibility of the industry to meet the demand of the product in quantity, quality, and schedule. One major question from industry always is whether the product is in demand. Consider the high-end inertial systems market. It was a market worth $3.24 billion in 2019 and expected to grow to $4.26 billion by 2025. The major stakeholders here are defense and military, commercial aerospace, commercial naval, and industrial users. We are at an exciting time as far as space technology is concerned. More nations and more private enterprises are venturing into space race, and cost reduction is one of the major aspects driving the space industry at present. Hence, new technologies in the field of reusable launch vehicles, microsatellites, and constellations, small satellite launchers are being pursued by both government and private players. So we may say reduction in size, weight, power, and cost is the mantra of the space industry today. And so more often we come across the acronym SWaP-C. Inertial sensor and systems are not alien to the sea of change. An Apollo INS weighed tens of kgs, whereas at present state-of-the-art ring laser-based with INS weighs few kgs. What is currently in the offering are IMUs weighing only few grams. Consider the 9 degree of freedom system in package offered by Bosch Lab. It's a tiny 5 mm by 3 mm by 1.3 mm package, maybe the size of a capacitor of the Apollo INS. All this made possible by miniaturization of electronics and performance enhancement and error handling aided by GPS, AI, and ML. All SWaP-C requirements in the inertial systems field are very well met by MEMS, and they have potential spin-off capacity too. Consider MEMS market prediction, where it is projected to grow to $17.7 billion by 2025, and of which defense and aerospace is covering only a mere 4% of the total market. However, the prohibitive cost of establishing a MEMS or IC fab makes this a forbidden arena for many enthusiasts. Hence, pure play fabs in the country are the need of the hour. As far as advanced technologies in the field of inertial sensors are concerned, research is proceeding in the areas of ultra-precision sensors based on miniature hemispherical resonating gyroscope and quantum technology-based atom interferometer sensors. Demonstrated accuracies are astounding. They measure as low a rotation rate as 1 degree in 1141 years. That is 10⁻⁻⁷ degree per hour. But we must answer one major question of sustainability in space sector. As cheaper alternatives make space more accessible, I conclude hoping that all the new endeavors will lead to a greener mother planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joji. This is one area probably I think many industries are yet to or virgin. Probably I think it requires more market rather industry penetration in the inertial systems. Probably I think morning Goenka sir was keeping a target of 10%. Probably I think if you follow these footlines in the days to come, we should definitely we should be in a position to reach that market, taking into other sectors at par with the space qualified components. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Shall we move next to the next speaker, Dr. T.P. Das, who is Director DTDI, who is responsible for space science and DTDI program headquarters. Dr. T.P. Das.
Thank you very much and very good evening. May I please be granted the right to share the presentation?
Yes, we are giving you.
Okay, thank you very much once again, and I feel honored to have gotten this opportunity to participate in today's panel discussion. I thank Joji Chavan sir to have brought out this important aspect. Despite all the excellence, it is all the more important to ensure the aspect of sustainability to ensure the planet remains green. Thank you very much, sir, for bringing out this aspect. I am yet to get this sharing option.
You can share your slides. It's been given.
But
Mr.
it is
Chavan
not.
has stopped sharing, so now you can.
But the sharing, right? Yeah. Now it has come to me. So, are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much. So with the fourth industrial revolution, this decade will witness plethora of innovations, including the integration of several domains like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, quantum technologies, genetics, and many more. The space sector will be no exception, and ISRO is on track by conducting futuristic R&D activities at different centers and laboratories. The vision for tomorrow's space technology is to integrate the right amount of conventional technology with unconventional thinking to achieve excellence in space technology. This, of course, necessitates the synergy between institutes, academia, and industries. Now, the question is that how has ISRO envisioned its path towards the technological excellence, and how the streams of academia, industries, and institutes will find their confluence to the ocean of possibilities? As many of you are aware, ISRO headquarters has a dedicated directorate for conceiving and initiating futuristic and disruptive technologies for the space sector. The Directorate of Technology Development and Innovation, DTDI, was constituted in year 2018, mandated to prepare ISRO with the necessary futuristic technologies for the next 4 to 5 decades of development. I repeat, 4 to 5 decades of development. So in this brief discussion, I am going to present the glimpses of the space vision of some of the futuristic technologies as a food for thought for the potential scientists and engineers for the country. In the pursuit of sowing the seed of futuristic and disruptive technologies, the space sector adopts a 3-module approach, that is introspect, inspect, introspect, and act. So the technology requirement and analysis and technology forecast happens based on the national and international technology events, the priorities of the government, long-term vision of the space sector, and the global technology trend. So this process we call inspection, and this leads to conception of technology ideas. So when this introspection happens, we take inputs from the SWOT analysis, our strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats, and then we take the action. The actions are often in the forms of collaborations, synergization of different technologies, and formulation of projects and execution through different ISRO centers. The collaboration component comes right here. Now, the major domains of futuristic and disruptive technologies in the space sector are quantum technologies, space robotics, energy security, artificial intelligence-based solutions, planetary exploration, technologies for space debris management, to name a few. In this brief presentation, I will provide a very brief overview of all these domains. So among the 9 regimes identified by Honorable Prime Minister's Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council, PMSTAC, for national development, the quantum technologies and applications is dedicated to tap the immense potentials of the quantum technologies for the national needs. And there are 4 verticals for the emerging quantum technologies, which are quantum communication, quantum sensing and metrology, quantum computing and simulation, and quantum materials. Now, the future space technologies aim to tap the potentials of quantum communication and quantum sensing technologies for the next decade. Utilizing the fundamental principle of quantum mechanics, which indicates that it is impossible to measure a system without disturbing it, it offers unconditional data security for satellite communication against any attempt of eavesdropping. The fundamental components of quantum communication system are 2 communicating parties, often referred to as Alice and Bob, and an eavesdropper, and a slight redistribution of the transmitter, receiver, and eavesdropper can make it possible to make a quantum radar. So under this vertical, the technologies that will rule tomorrow's space arena are satellite-based quantum communication and quantum radar. You might have noticed that a few months ago, our Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, along with the other centers of ISRO, has demonstrated the free space quantum key distribution over a distance of 300 meters, which is a significant milestone toward the satellite-based quantum communication. So another area is space robotics, and not only space robotics, it is the cognitive space robotics for space exploration, for debris cleaning and onboard servicing. So we envisage to have an articulated platform which can service a satellite which is in orbit, instead of discarding the satellite, which can a robotic arm which can clean the debris which is already in space, and also the field of humanoid robots, which will be anthropomorphically just look alike like human being. You cannot make out any difference between human being and the robot for space applications. So it will be useful for not only for the space applications, but also as a possible companion of an astronaut in space. And there is another important aspect called energy security, where we need to develop technologies to tap the solar power directly from space and transmit to the Earth. And once developed in full scale, this technology will be one of the potential solutions to meet the ever-increasing energy demand. And technology will also be developed for lithium-ion cells, which will be able to operate with reasonable capacity at sub-zero temperatures, which will be used for planetary as well as the polar expeditions. Another area of thrust will be to develop flexible solar arrays, that is roll-out solar array, ROSA system, for higher power spacecrafts. And the following are the technologies which will be developed under this article, as I told, SBSP, lithium-ion solar cells for sub-zero temperatures, and roll-out solar array, and origami solar cell and antenna. So these activities are already going on in full swing in the different centers of the Indian Space Research Organization. And coming to the big data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning techniques, they all mimic human intelligence based on the lessons learned from experiences. While the AI/ML techniques help unveiling the hidden patterns in the data, predict the outcome of the processes, as well as detect anomalies in the processes of the systems, it also fits back into the domain of space robotics in order to create intelligent machines that augment human capabilities. It also aids the space-based applications for catering to societal needs. Under this vertical, a few major areas of thrust are intelligent spacecraft, which will be able to monitor its own health and maneuver itself against the space debris or the small solar system bodies like asteroids and comets. Then intelligent rocket for autonomous maneuvering. Suppose you are having a rocket which can make its own space across the asteroid belt and go to the outer solar system towards the heliopause and beyond. And water security from space is one more area where good thrust has already been started. And planetary exploration is yet another area under the ambit of space science exploration. I must mention it here. Under this vertical, a few critical technologies will become the thrust areas with a vision to move forward in the direction of interplanetary missions, addressing the gaps in the planetary surface exploration and extending human reach to other planets and natural satellites. The major technologies are in situ propellant production in a Moon and Mars perspective, reconfigurable rover, a rover which can climb the wall of a crater vertically down and vertically up, just imagine. And planetary rock sampling, you have landed to a planet, you didn't have any a priori information about the hardness of the surface or the texture. How will the robot dig down and get a sample? So it may be based on the artificial intelligence and cognition. And the lunar environmental test facility, these are only a few to name. To conclude, whatever I have told, these are only a few glimpses of the major technologies that will guide the way forward for the space sector in the forthcoming decades. Of course, there are other domains which will also govern the trajectory of the progress of the space sector. As a nation, the collective wisdom and expertise of the scientists, engineers, academia, and institutes will make it possible to achieve the vision of self-reliant India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat. To achieve the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, research collaborations and building technological capabilities are solemnly solicited. I thank you all for your kind attention and all the motivating discussions. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Das. I think this area, even one day, even if you debate also, is not enough. Sorry for giving a less time for you. Other thing, we will have an opportunity to listen to you something in future. Let us move on to the other next speaker, Virginia Kilborn, professor from the Australian Swinburne University, Austria. Let us see Australian counterparts, what they talk about, what they speak about, utilizing the technologies and research areas.
Thanks so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Fantastic. So thank you very much for this invitation to speak at the important session, and I'd particularly like to thank you, Chair, for so ably conducting these conversations. It's been very interesting. Also to my esteemed panelists and the attendees. So just by way of introduction, I'm the Chief Scientist at Swinburne University Technology, and that's in the state of Victoria in Australia. So we've heard earlier today from the Australian Space Agency Deputy Head, Anthony Murfitt, about Australia's growing capabilities in advanced manufacturing for space, international supply and payload qualification facilities, tech development and growing STEM. And today I'm going to talk about two opportunities that I can see in this area. The first is in the area of space life sciences, and the second is talking about how to build a diverse space workforce of the future, and in particular, how do we increase the participation of women in the space sector? So investing in space life sciences promises to deliver key breakthroughs that will increase our ability to live and work safely in space, treat medical conditions on Earth, transform agricultural practices, and carefully consider the ethical dimensions of space exploration and settlement. Space life sciences allow us to develop innovative treatments and new models of care for people on Earth, and pioneer new methods of medical product manufacturing, including pharmaceuticals. Space life sciences are universally recognised as a key area of technology development in the coming decades, with many governments investing in these areas. There are clear signs that it's well positioned to grow significantly, as government expenditure in the area has a strong impact when incentivising private investment. And by way of example, a study of NASA investment in space life sciences found that for every dollar invested, over three further dollars were attracted in private R&D. In health terms, space medicine has the potential to develop innovative treatments for cardiovascular and lung conditions, neurological conditions, visual and other sensory problems, and cancer. Experiments and research on growing human tissue in space have also the potential applications for organ transplants. Australia already has much of the existing talent necessary for this endeavour. In biomedicine, we have world-class expertise and high intensity of research activity. We also have strength in advanced manufacturing and a rapidly developing startup ecosystem. So for example, in the state of Victoria alone, the value of the startup economy tripled from 2.3 billion to 7 billion in the years prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. One of the potential collaborations that I can see is in flight capacity across the full spectrum of microgravity flights, including parabolic, suborbital, orbital, and sounding rockets. But there's a fantastic opportunity for development in advanced manufacturing, in particular of the micro platform design. So with the known challenges of conducting sensitive biological research in outer space, such as thermal control and radiation exposure, researchers are investigating ways to safely increase the efficiency and control of microgravity experiment platforms. To achieve this, we need to use our expertise in advanced manufacturing, surfaces and coatings, sensor technology, and computing, combined with the experience gained from running experiments on the International Space Station. So I'd now like to just briefly discuss workforce training and upskill. And this is the area that I've been thinking about a lot over the past few years. And training a diverse workforce is a vital aspect of ensuring space capability can grow into the future. So we need to think creatively about how to best train the next generation of the space workforce. In Australia, we're aiming to triple the number of people working in the space sector, adding 20,000 jobs in 10 years in this sector alone. So to be truly ready to work in the space industry, graduates will require more than classroom teaching. It is key that their academic studies are combined with industry experience. And many Australian universities offer real industry experience to all of its undergraduates. Universities and other partners have the opportunity to upskill existing professionals in other industries, so engineers, scientists, IT, or even business development. These workers have the fundamental skills required for the space industry. One idea would be creating inter-country exchange programs for students and professionals to learn the space industry, which will help to fill our knowledge gaps. Finally, it's really important to encourage women to take up STEM education and training from an early age. This is a real focus in Victoria, which has created a Women and Girls in STEM roadmap highlighting 175 programs encouraging women and girls to take up STEM. We found that space programs are particularly effective, and one program I'm helping to lead has high school students sending experiments to the International Space Station. So half of our participants, who are aged about 15 or 16, are women, and they're encouraged to excel via their space experiments. So just to summarise, space life sciences are an outstanding opportunity for industry and governments to invest in, with potential benefits to humankind. Training and upskill of the next generation of diverse space workers is essential for us to capitalise on the opportunities in space. Thanks very much for having me on this very interesting panel.
Thank you, Professor. You have just touched upon not only the core space applications, you have touched about the bioengineering, biological and biomedicine and health industry also. Hope that Australia, we are going to have an exclusive session in this program. Probably, I think we will get to know more during that session. Thanks a lot. May I now request Professor Alfred Stein, ITC 20, to take over.
Well, thank you very much. I would also like to share some content, if possible. There we go.
Can you share? Can you share?
Sure. Yeah, I think I can. Good. I am the last on the line. So I'm all keeping you all from your dinner, and I know that the dinners can be delicious in India. I would like to say something about the ITC India collaborations, as we were having them in the past, and we are still having them at present. We have more than 50 years of collaboration, for instance, with the Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. That dates from long ago. It dates, in fact, from the visit of your former president, Dr. Nehru, coming to the Netherlands, which gave him the idea that India also would deserve an institute like ITC, and that became the IRS. And since then, and we talk about 1966, we have been in constant collaboration with that institute. At present, the story that I gave you was so far from the past, but we're still going on with our research. And the research has many components when it comes to high-level technologies, and it is important when it also comes to scarce resources. I've marked here the topics of the MSc research that are being carried on at the current batch of students. In white is one that is in particular on air quality, which we think is an important issue. In kind of brownish colors are the deep learning and high technology issues. And in bright yellow is the topic that we have at the current moment ongoing on the moon. So we're also looking with the satellites not only down to the Earth, but to the moon as well. These students, they do their research, and then almost all of them return to India to help the country and build it further up. One of these issues, or one of the projects that we have at the moment, is our Erasmus Plus project that's called BRUCOM. The BRUCOM is a Building Resilient Urban Communities project. It's a project funded under the EU Erasmus Plus program of capacity building in higher education. It focuses on increased frequency of natural hazards and sea level rise, and these are expected impacts on our on the Indian context. Let me put it in a way. Marginalized urban settlements are often vulnerable to disasters due to their location in hazardous areas and the use of non-durable building materials. Already today, their inhabitants are therefore strongly affected by climate change. Amid strives to meet climate targets, the poor's needs are mostly overlooked. What we do in this project is a paradigm switch in the education of graduate students in spatial planning and design, as well as training of urban professionals from different backgrounds in order to confront upcoming challenges related to climate change impacts on urban informal settlements. So that is an important project, and there's a link. It's an EU-funded project together with Indian partners. The second wide line of work that we are doing is the scaling up of the strategic relationship in agriculture, dairy, and animal husbandry sectors. We have for that a collaboration between our faculty, ITC, Faculty of Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation, We have that with the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. We have that with the Pushkaram College of Agriculture. And we have an agri-tech startup called FarmWise AI, with which we are in close contact. It's one of our alumni who has initiated this startup, this spin-off company, and we are working on that. We're collaborating there. There is a partnership goal on the MOU, and that may also for the industry be a very important one. Bilateral and joint research collaborations on using geospatial technology and massive agriculture applications. There's a potential student and staff exchange between KNAU and ITC. There's possible internship opportunities, the application for future national and global funding opportunities, and we aim at collaborations and implementation of development projects in the domain of climate smart agriculture, crop monitoring, and disaster management. Then maybe a few words about another spin-off company that we have, that is the Regular Tech company. It is initiated by Kavita Salvi, and over the years we have seen that deep learning has become the most popular technique, artificial intelligent machines that perceive and understand the world. That's a spin-off company of which we are proud. So all the students that he was a student that came to ITC, did his professional masters in geoinformatics and remote sensing, and has now started his own company in India. So we're happy that these initiatives take place. We see that the work that we do have an impact. We see that the people who are with us go back to India, build up their companies, and help initiatives in India to flourish and to prosper. For the future, what's next? We aim to have further development of relevant projects, and this conference should really help us to get a step further in that. We have an ongoing emphasis on new technologies, in particular satellite technologies. The recognition of deep learning, radar, and SAR images, it's a very important issue for us. There's a clear focus on rare resources. I've mentioned already the projects we do on the moon. And we have the spin-offs and impact. They are for us the important issue in this collaboration. So that is the way that we try to operate. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Professor Steen. I think you have touched upon very important part of the human resources, probably whether GIS application, especially in India, where the land use and land cover is huge and water resource management is huge. I think GIS applications and human resource development is a very, very critical concern for us. And the government organizations have been using the space applications in a very wide range. But ultimately, the ultimate users, the farmers, the agricultural people who are in the field, they should utilize these applications so that the maximum way that is a smart agriculture or better effective utilization of water resources. Ultimately, when it reaches, then only the real space applications, there is a meaning, or there is a justification for the space application, especially GIS field. Thank you, Professor, for sharing the thoughts. I think because of the paucity of time, I think we have exceeded more than 40 minutes as given the time. Probably number of speakers or more. I think this 40 minutes justification is fully justified. I thank all profusely all the speakers for sharing in a very short span of time the instinct or the kind of interest that they have created for the people who are watching across the globe and across the virtual platform. They can get to know many more in the areas, and I hope we have justified this particular panel. Over to you, Kavita. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sudhir Kumar. In fact, my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries for your time and valuable insights. That was surely very, very informative. I also thank AWS, Miasat, SES, Astra, Heikel, LMW, L&T, AsiaSat, Midhani, Airborne, MapMy India, and many of our other sponsors who have supported this conference. With this, we come to an end of day one of this International Space Conference. And we'll start the session of the day 2 at 2 p.m. tomorrow. And I would urge all the participants to kindly visit the virtual exhibition if not already done so. The platform would be open tomorrow at 11 a.m. Moreover, the exhibition would stay live till 20 days. Have a wonderful evening, one and all. Thank you. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.